balance sheet. At the end of the day, your assets have to equal the total liability plus owner's equity. If that equation is not satisfied, then this sheet is not balanced, and you have to go back to figure out where it is unbalanced at. The next sheet that we're going to look at is the income or profit loss statement. I show you this and you see several columns, and I did that to show sometimes you see it with one column. Some people take it and they do it every month, so it'll be monthly. It can also be quarterly. So income statement is over a period of time. At the end of the year, you usually do your income or profit loss statement, and it'll be one column showing, but you may want to keep up month to month or quarter to quarter, depending on your business, to know what's going on in your business and are you meeting those targets. So let's break this down into smaller sizes. So at the very top, we talk about what's the revenue that you get in, and we call that the gross sales amount of the revenue generation. It's good for you to break that down based on the products and services you have, because that allows you to know where most of your money is coming in. Then we take out, if there's any, for big companies, anybody return any items that you sold, then you take that out because then you really didn't have the full sale amount. We then go to cost of goods sold. This is looking at the inventory you have. How much did it cost for you to sell that product? For example, if we have a chair, you had to buy the screws, the metal, the seat portion, the covering. All of that had to be purchased in order for you to make the product. So I look at this as a way of reimbursing yourself for the product that was made to be sold, is a way to think about it. So we look at our inventory, the labor that was directly related to making that product. Now, you also can see cost of services. Also, you will see that where there's a cost associated with the services you provide. So there will be times where you see cost of services served that you will also see that. So then at the end of this, we take the revenue minus out cost of goods sold and say gross profit. That is what you're going to be looking at. The next thing is then now we go into your expenses. So on the expenses, we're looking at all the different line items of things that you may spend. This is a long list. All these things may not be associated with you, but these are the general expenses that are involved with the company. Sometimes you will see people say, advertising and general expenses is what you'll see. But here are a list of some of the things that you tend to see most of the time that people will have as the expenses they have. So this is going to be minused out of the gross profit margin. So what happens is we take the total revenue minus the cost of goods sold. That will give us the gross margin. When we minus out the total expenses, we get net operating income. Now, there are those who will go further and talk about, did we have any gains or loss on the sale of some of those assets that we had that was on the balance sheet? Did we get any income from interest? And then that will become our total other income that we minus out. And from that, we get our net income and loss. You may also hear some terminologies as EBITDA or EBIT or EBT. EBITDA stands for earnings before interest, taxes, depreciation, amortization. So that means how much did you earn before we minus those things out. Interest, in that case, is interest you pay on any loans or debts. You get to minus that out. That's why debt for a business is good, personal, bad. Personally, we can't minus out the interest, but for your business, you can. And then you figure out how much is the taxes that you have to pay based on that amount, and that's your net income and loss. So that will become with the income and profit loss statement, and we're looking at it over a period of time. Please, if you have any questions or any comments, please type them in while I'm going through. I'll be glad to answer them as I'm going through. All right, this is the statement of cash flow. I'm showing it for 3 months. This goes 12 months, but I'm going to break this down, but I want to show you all that it is a one-page or sometimes two-page document. So at the beginning of it, we look at how much money that you have on hand at the beginning of the month. So the beginning of any month is what was on the end of the previous month. And this is talking about how the cash is actually coming into the business. And as you can see here, this is where your loan proceeds, when you collect on accounts receivable, interest you got from other income. So a lot of time from investments and things of that nature. If the owner puts some money in, that owner equity investment, all of this is recorded here. This is the cash that's coming into the business. And we look at the total cash receipts, which lets us know how much cash is available. Then we start listing out the cash as we're paying things out. Not when we think we're going to pay it, it's actually when we're going to pay it out. So these are some of the line items which should correlate to the line items on your profit and loss statement. Then this is what you're going to minus out, that's going to talk about all the different things that go out. The benefit of this, it lets you know that financial management piece, where you need to have money in place, because these items have to be paid, especially when you have things that are not paid on a month-to-month basis, where they have a period of time that they go through. So then we add all of the cash payout that we have. And then we look at, did we get any pay any loan principals? Did we pay any capital purchases? So these are line items that we do separately, that we want to see. Did the owners do a withdrawal? So a lot of people don't realize, sometimes are you a payroll or are you an owner's withdrawal? And that's where the accounting principles come in at, as to which one is utilized, as well as the type of structure of business that you have and how you have things laid out. These are reasons why an accountant is very important. That gives us the total cash paid out. We minus out that from the cash receipts, as you see at the bottom. That gives us the cash on hand. So the statement of cash flow is where you take the beginning cash at the beginning of the month, add in any cash receipts that you have, minus out any of the cash things that you paid out, and that leaves you the cash on hand. So we have here, it was January. The number that is at the cash on hand at the end of January goes to the beginning cash of the month for February. That is the process for how this operates. Are there any questions or anything we have right now? I'll pause for a moment just to see. Again, this is an overview about all this different information. Each of these we go into more details when we do separate presentations just on them, but want to give you all an introduction to it today. Now, I don't know if I have anybody here who is a nonprofit, so I just want to go very quickly, let you know, nonprofits have financial statements with different names. So they don't have a balance sheet because they don't have any owner's equity. So they have what's called a statement of financial position. Again, they already have the assets, they have the liabilities, those who they owe funds to, and then they have the net assets. And for a nonprofit, it's important to signify what's designated as restricted and unrestricted. Restricted means that these are things that have to be used for what they are assigned for. Unrestricted means that we can use them for other things. So at the end of the day, that all equals each other. The total assets equals the liabilities plus the net assets, which are those funds. It's still that balance statement. It still has to balance where those are in equal. Instead of a profit and loss statement, nonprofits have a statement of activities, with the activities that they have done within the nonprofit. So the activities they did to get revenue in, the activities that they had expenses associated with them, and then the net assets at the end of the period, which is the information that was on the other page. One thing I want you to definitely note here, there are positive numbers at the end of this document. Too often I have heard people tell people that, oh, a nonprofit means you spend all the money you get. No. You still are to financially manage those funds. You still want to have funds in reserve. You are managing a business. It's just that it's not owned by anyone. There are times when nonprofits may not get the donation of the funding sources the previous year that they are and even previous years, and I've seen a couple previous decades, and that this particular year or two, because there were some changes and shifts based on the needs that were in the community. They didn't get money that year. It's not that they mismanaged. It's not that they didn't do what they said they were going to do. They did everything well. It's just that they weren't financed for that year. So if you spend all the money you get, how can you operate for the subsequent years until you get the additional income? So statement of activities, you want that still also to have a positive number. You're still operating a business. It just happens to be a nonprofit. Now, one thing nonprofits have is called a statement of functional activities. And this is very important, even if you have a for-profit, that if you get grants, this is where this really helps out. This is where you pull down the information for the type of programs that you have. What does it cost for it to be done? So as you can see here, there's program services. This one, they did something for early education and higher ed. So if they were going for something for early education, they could put those numbers in. Higher education, they could put those numbers in altogether. Not all grants will pay for your support services, so they knew how much to put out of that. But if it does pay for it, they show the total expenses. Sometimes also you need to show the total expenses as well as what it costs for the program services, so that the funders of the grant can know that there are additional expenses associated, but you are operating a nonprofit such that you can pay those additional expenses and you know what they are. So you are going to put things into place to cover them. So this is what they call the statement of functional activities. This is what this is a nonprofit key financial statement. So why are these financial statements important? Because we want to evaluate the performance of the business. What is it doing? How is it working? How is it operating? Are we hitting our goals? Are we doing the things that we say we're going to do when we say we were going to do it? Are we exceeding them? Are we not coming up to those levels? Want to make sure that we also have statutory compliance. Are we complying with all the laws, rules, and regulations that we have to comply with from the government, from boards, from funding sources, and others? Do we have everything in a way that's supposed to be? When we review the financial statements, we also are going to create and assess budgets, which is something I'm going to go into in a moment. This is a key thing that people need to do with the business, because you need to say, what are we projecting that we're going to do? And are we making those numbers? This is something you want to look at more than once, and we'll go into more detail of that in just a moment. You want to discover trends. You want to look at the numbers to see where you have maybe more sales or lower sales at other times, because then that's going to help you to determine how you're going to handle your cash. We want to always make sure we have enough cash to cover the expenses and liabilities we have that are coming due. So we want to see what the trends are, because sometimes you're surprised, sometimes it's right on target. You also want to make sure your expenses are not as high when those trends are in place, that you don't have as much income coming in. And this then will help you to develop what you should be doing in the future, how you should do your projections of what's going to happen in the business in the future. So when we do our budgets, we're going to say, how are we going to allocate the financial resources that we're going to be looking at receiving in that period of time? Typically 1, 2, some people will do 3 years. So how do you plan to acquire funds? Where do you plan to acquire them? What's going to be the cost of you of getting those funds, the terms and conditions? How healthy are we? Are we operating the way that we're supposed to? Are we using the funds in the most effective way? We now need to control the finances. How much are we spending? Are we spending too much? Even if we have a good profit line and we're making great money, still, are we spending too much money? Are we spending things on things we don't need to be spending on? Or are there things that we can add to it that are beneficial to the company? And then we're going to make recommendation for projects. Is it time to expand? Is it time to grow? One of the main things, when should we bring in employees? And let me pause it for a moment. That is going to be so crucial, because your employees, more time than not, have to be paid before you get the finances to cover the work that they've done. as well as even your contractors. So recommendation for projects, even if it's human resources that are coming in, this tells you when you can afford to bring those persons on. And then also recognize that when you're bringing those persons on, the productivity level is going to be effective as they're getting trained. So if somebody is showing them how to work something, that level that person would have normally worked is slowed down so they can show the other person how to do it. This by doing a budget and analyzing your finances, you'll know when to do that and how. These are some of the different budgets and seminar or workshop on budgets that will go over each of these budgets. The capital budget, looking at your long-term projects and investment. Cash budget, which is looking at your cash flow. Operating budget, which is the revenue expenses. All of your financial statements that we went over will be budgeted with what you project them to be. And the master budget, which is all of these budgets put together. So I want to show you right here something that a lot of people don't do with a budget. And I do this a lot. If we were together in a workshop, it's really great to go through this process. But you should figure out what's the level of deviation you want to have from what you budget and actual, and look at it. So this is one for a manufacturing company that we looked at, and we go through and we discuss what the differences are. And for this company, should have had a variance of no more than 7% plus or negative. And then we start talking about what caused it. The thing is you want to look to see what were the causes of what happened. And then you need to determine what to do the next month. So this one was a monthly one. And we said, and the question was, should they change? Not always. That's why assessing and analyzing this is so important. Because if something happened that was unique in that month, you may need to stay the course. But all those things that are above 7, we need to look at them. And I'm pointing out miscellaneous at the bottom. A lot of people like to throw a lot of stuff in miscellaneous. Well, if you have a lot of different items in miscellaneous, how do we know what you're spending, when you're spending, and what you're spending on? So that 200% lets us know we need to break that out, because we need to know why we have such a large number. And is there an item that we have to track? Remember, with accounting, we categorize the different type of items. So this will tell us that we don't need to have miscellaneous. In fact, a lot of people who are in accounting and finance will tell you, ooh, they shudder when they see that and see the amounts. If it's a small amount, that's fine. A small amount relative to everything else. But we don't want that to be a catch-all, because we need to keep up when things are going out of sorts and beyond what we want them to be. So this is a great class when we do that, when we talk about budgets and understanding and assessing your budgets, but we can't do that today because we don't have time. So when you're getting started with your budget, start and look at your profit and loss budget is a good budget to do, and do that for a 12-month period. That works out very well. And then you do your cash flow budget. Remember, cash flow is about categories, prioritizing, and then allocation, your estimation of what you project is going to happen, and then assumptions you have. Always write down the assumptions, because you know why you're doing something. Explain it so somebody else can understand. So you can have a page of assumptions or have footnotes for assumptions. So this is when you have any new and startup business. Existing businesses, you need to analyze your history. What's been going on? Go over what I said, the cause and effects. What caused the numbers to do the way they did? Great, bad, equal? What was going on? Verify that you have all the correct categories that you made. Prioritize what's the important ones. Look at how you're going to allocate the funds. Make your estimation and projections, and then you also put your assumptions, because later on when you come back, you have to figure out why you did what you did the way you did it. Understand this with the cash flow budget. This is the number one budget that you need to look at. Now, for those of you all who are using a software program, many times it's going to give you a cash flow statement that is comprised of operating cash flow, financial cash flow, investment cash flow. That is the traditional cash flow statement. Go back in and do what is usually a detailed statement, is what most of them call it. When you do the detailed statement, that's when it will give you the line items of what you're doing with your cash versus the traditional way of the finance activities, operating activities, and investment activities. So when we're talking about finance, what's so important about it? Remember these 5 things when we're talking about from the accounting and the financial point of view. You need to be consistent. If you're going to look at it monthly, look at it monthly, quarterly, annually. You need to do that. Recommend that you look at it more often, though, than just at the end of the year, because if there are things that you could have prevented or taken advantage of an opportunity, it would be great. Timeliness. Make sure that you put things in a timely manner so then you can know what's actually going on and happening with your business. Documentation is key. Keep all of your receipts. If there's not a receipt, write things down. Documentation is very important because it has to justify what you did, when you did it, how you did it. Remember, especially for the statutory compliance. Are you putting things in where they need to be and how it needs to be? And then the information can be certified, especially when you have to have audits. You want to do audits internally, and that's part of the assessment process, as well as there are going to be external audits that might be required where an independent party comes through to make sure all the information you have was done appropriately and correctly. So why the financial view and assessment? This is a beneficial thing for you when you do it if you set realistic goals. Sometimes it's better to be more conservative than aggressive, because if you don't make those numbers, one, it can affect you psychologically and emotionally and spiritually, as well as physically as it relates to your business. But set some realistic goals. What are some things that you can make and that you think are going to happen? Compare your budget to versus your actual. Don't just make a budget and then look at what you did. Do a comparison. Do that assessment. Compare. Why did it do that? Compare it to others in the industry. How are we doing? Be honest. This is not a time for you to just brush over things. Be honest about what's going on in your business. We want you to have a profitable and sustainable business. And if you're a nonprofit, a fundable and sustainable business. So you need to be honest, because the only way that you can take advantage of the good things that happen, as well as to prevent bad things from happening, is to be honest. Be flexible with your numbers. Be open to change those numbers, because as your clients change and things change, society change, there are things that are internal and external you have no control over. Make sure that you're flexible with the numbers. Don't be so sold on your numbers for what they are, especially your budgeted numbers. Be open to the flexibility for them. Set a timetable for continuously reviewing and assessing the information that you're getting. Make sure that you are saying, I am comparing apples to apples and oranges to oranges. Not that you just look at the documents, oh, okay, I see what it's saying. No, do that compare. Remember, we're always comparing budgeted to actual. So make that comparison. And then when you review and assess, say, are we on track for things that are in the future that we're planning for our growth? And how do we need to alter to meet the change? We don't want you to grow to that. That means you're growing so fast that you're not keeping up with it. And we don't want you to be such that you could have done damage control. If you had caught it earlier, you wouldn't have had to pay it as much. And make sure when you set the timetable, you keep it. Remember, consistency. It's not about setting it, it's about doing. This is all about doing. And guess what? This is not just for businesses. For me, nonprofit and for-profit businesses, you can use the same process I have here for your personal finances. It's the same things you do. Are there any questions? I haven't gotten any questions. So are there any questions anyone has? Please, I'll give a moment. I'm going to give a couple of other comments. And if not, I've got some bonus that if folks didn't have too many questions, I've got some bonus information for you. One thing I do want to let you know about that statement of cash flow, your checking account should correlate to that. Now, it might be slightly off because some people do keep petty cash. And be careful, if you are a person that keeps petty cash, do the risk insurance and make sure you have insurance for your business to cover that petty cash since anything happens to it. But if not, you want to make sure that that's how you reconcile, and that's what they do. They look at the cash that came into the account, cash going out. Is the statement of cash flow showing that? And if not, we've got to figure out where there's a discrepancy, because it has to show everything involved. This is why we don't like commingling, because if you are taking personal items or you're using your personal account in order to show what's there for the business, then you've got to go through and you've got to highlight those line items, as well as the fact you've got to have the documentation and justification. Now, with that documentation, make sure you take pictures of some of them, because some of the receipts go away. I know a lot of stores say, do you want print and email? I do both. I take a print and an email copy if they allow me to do it. Some people take pictures. I've done that because if it fades away or some part of it cannot be seen, we can't justify it in that documentation. Yes, you have the document, but we can't justify that it is what it says it is. Okay. Well, you're quite welcome. So I'm going to come back to this slide real quick because since I have a few more minutes, I want to give you all these. When you're doing financial planning, here are some questions you all can ask yourself. How much funding do you really need? Okay. So think about how much funds you need for what you're trying to do. What will you do with the funding? So the startup cost. Startup cost is not just for startup businesses. You do have that, but even if you're expanding or doing some new things, um, you would then do the startup costs. Also, do your financial planning of those three statements. Make sure you do a projected budget. And then how much are the owners, and if it's a nonprofit, the founders are going to provide for this business idea. Sandra, if you can put a little bit more, if you are a new nonprofit, how do you deal? I can't see the rest. And I'm not sure if it's just missing, but if you're a new nonprofit, okay, so I'm gonna address that for all businesses. That's a wonderful and great question. Her question is, if you're a new nonprofit, how do you deal with accountants that have stolen early on? The thing about it is you want to document everything. Remember, it's about documentation. Now, there may be some of your funders that may want you to go after those accountants. And the way you find out about that is through an audit. And then if the audit doesn't find it, there is a thing called forensic auditors. Forensic auditors are those that go deep into the trenches to find out where those funds are. So if you have a person that's done that, then what you do is you go after them. Your accountant will actually, the new accountant will help you to document that on your records. And then what the other funders are going to want to see is, especially those of you all who are getting grants, whether you're a for-profit or nonprofit, they want to see what mechanisms you have put in place for this not to happen again. So the thing about it is that yes, you'll be going after the funds, but while you're waiting to go after the funds and you're trying to go after other additional funding sources, and you want to show them that you are managing and you're looking at what you are doing and you have recognized what's going on while you're handling that with that other accountant, past accountants, you want to go ahead and show these are the things we're putting in place so that in the future this will not occur. You also should possibly do your assessments more often. You probably want to look at your books more on a monthly basis to make sure everything is being done and have somebody assigned to that. And that'll be great as a nonprofit if you have somebody who is an accountant that is there. A bookkeeper, someone who's a bookkeeper can also help you in making sure the line items are there. And if they work in conjunction with your accountant, it's actually cheaper usually to do a bookkeeper versus the CPAs, as well as there are those who also will have a financial person there to help them to see where we were projecting, so there are many eyes. Audits for any business should be done at a minimum on an annual basis, because it's usually a requirement that you do it on an annual basis. But you wouldn't want to do an assessment on a continuous basis. This is again where if you keep up with doing things, you can then look at what's going on in your business. Now, the hard part is, and that's why I separated accounting and finance for you all, is the fact that you can have that accountant and something looks legitimate. You go like, oh, okay, this is what this is, and this is how they set it up, and it looks legitimate. That's why there's an area called forensic accounting. So there are times where people will not catch it, even for profits, even when you have accountants that are looking after what others are doing. It looks like it is acceptable or generally accepted accounting principles, but it's really not. So it's asking questions and having those things that are in place. When it comes to audits, and that's a good question, do you prefer nonprofits using their own accountants or outside accountants? A lot of times you need both. So I would recommend that you put funding in for both. So you have your internal accountants to help you keep up with what's going on in financial management. But a lot of entities and organizations are going to want you to have that third party independent audit to come through. And that's usually an annual fee unless something has come up where you have some type of grant that's requiring it more often. Typically, if you do it at the end of the year to show where the funds are, how they are, that's what they tend to do. If there are any nonprofits that are on here that are not tax exempt and are looking to become tax exempt, this is where a fiscal sponsor would be a great resource for you, because that fiscal sponsor can help you to set up your books for what they need for the grant source, as well as you will open your books to allow it to be seen, but they can help you put those things in place. So you would need the internal accountants for keeping up for yourself, even if you outsource it by hiring an accounting firm. But you also want that independent third party to sign off that everything that was done was appropriate, especially if you're going for a lot of grant dollars, and certain entities. They're going to want that third party information as a nonprofit. And I need to pause it for a second. Every nonprofit is not tax exempt. So there are some nonprofits that have the same documents I showed you, but they're taxed like a for-profit. All a nonprofit says is that it does not have anyone owning it, but they may be, for tax purposes, having to do the same documents as a for-profit if they're not a tax exempt, which is what we call the 501c3 nonprofit. So I do want to put that out there to you all. Great questions. If there are any others, please let me know. All right, just have a couple of more of my bonus slides for you all. And please, any more questions, please put it out there. When you talk about how much the owners are going to put into a business and how much they can afford, here's some things to think about. How much are you willing to sell of the equity and ownership of the business? Are you willing, how much of the business are you willing to give up freedom to manage, control, or be a decision maker? That's all part of the process, especially if you get an investor and they're putting the bulk of the money in. Many of them are going to want to have managed control and decision making. Do you want people to come in as silent partners where you have more of the latitude? This is about your affordability. How much of the profit are you willing to share? So that goes into what structure you might want to have. What's the credit worthiness of the owners? Are you ready to put your credit on the line for this business? If you're a nonprofit, still even the credit worthiness of the founders. Because if the nonprofits, because nonprofits can get loans, but just like a for-profit, they're going to want somebody to guarantee it. What's your credit worthiness, and are you willing to put that on the line for the organization? And what are the terms and conditions that you could afford? What interest rates? What about the payback period? How do you want to pay it back? Do you want to do an interest-only loan and then have a balloon at the end? And some people go like, oh, no, I don't want that. It's a great thing for cash flow. You're only doing the interest rate. You hope your business grows. Typically, they are usually 5-year notes. At the 5th year, if everything goes as you plan, you refinance it. But it's about the cash going out. All this is about is the cash flow. So looking at how long it's going to take for you to pay it back, what's the interest rate? How they usually call that amortization. Are they amortizing a 5-year loan on a 30-year amortization, which means for 5 years you're going to pay it, but at the 5th year it's going to be a balloon note at the end? What are the conditions that you can afford? And what's the stability of the business? How are you planning? What are you putting in place? What's the budget saying? Who's going to manage what's going on with his finances? Got a good question. Since the COVID-19, how do one put in place for your clients to be able to do a virtual viewing if they do not have access to a computer or phone? Can that put down as office or classroom or what for funding? So It just depends on how you're doing your clients and that line item. So your accountant would look at what you're doing and how you are doing it to put it down as to which system it is. What I did when I had to add quite a few things, I actually put, for right now, for me to keep up with it until an accountant or the bookkeeper can tell, I put Zoom, go to webinar. You just use what you know that to use, or what you call it, the title of it, what it's used for. When it came back, the accountants then put it for the bookkeeper, said, let's call this software renewal, software license renewal. So they just grouped it all together and everything was a software license renewal. So depending on how you're doing it, just call it what it is and let the accountants worry about it being in compliance. Your role is just to document it and have the information to let people know that it's there. Okay, so that's why I also want you to know about the financial part, because you do want to keep up with how much you're paying, but don't be so hooked and sinker on what's where, because what makes sense to you and me may not be GAAP. And what GAAP has in there, we may go, huh? So don't worry about that. But that's a great question, especially with COVID, so much is going on. Just if you're not sure where to put things, put it as a separate line item, and that's what your accountants then can and or bookkeepers can come in and help you put that together, making sure everything is in place. And let me get to the last set of questions I want you to think about. Is the way you're thinking about doing your idea or the things that you plan to do, is it the most optimistically real way to start your business idea, to grow or restructure? Are we being really, really optimistic about this? And are we being realistic in that optimism that we have? What are some alternatives or other options we may have for funding, as well as the idea itself? We are a proponent of the lean process, because the lean startup says using the resources you have or have access to the minimum amount of time to find out whether or not that is the way to go, because we want to make sure you still have resources to pivot or make changes if necessary. So what's the lean way to engage or start this idea of yours? This is a marathon we're running when we're doing a business, not a sprint. So we need to think about what can give us the longevity and can keep us going in what we're doing with the business. So what's the lean way of doing this, so then you can learn from the process and you can keep going forward? Are there a combination of funding sources that are going to help us, that make things better? And which combinations of that would be? That's the financial piece and that funding source. That's the finance part of it. So which sources should we look at? What's going to be the better combination? Because it's not an either or. It can be combinations. You may get a silent partner to boost up the amount of money that's been infused into the business, such that when you go to get the funding, you don't go get a loan because the loan is due in 30 days. You're not sure when you need the money, so you go get a line of credit. And the line of credit, you get one that's revolving so that you can go back and forth in it. Not that it's fixed that when you get that amount. So until you go in it, you make the payments and you don't pull all the amount. You pull it piecemeally. So if you need to cover expenses for payroll, you only pay what you need that month. Then you go the next month. All of those are things you need to think about. What do you do if you're the only source? Especially those of you who are talking about a nonprofit, but even for profit, 85 to 95% of the money is coming from you. What are you going to do? What are you willing to risk? Why do you have to have skin in the game? But two, what are you going to be comfortable doing if you are the only source? And then if you have limited sources available, again, this is all about lean. What can you do and what may you want to hold off on? This is about you hoping for the best, but we already got a plan for the worst. Okay, it's not about we want the worst, but you got a plan. To close your eyes to it will not have you to make a sustainable business. Are there any questions? I didn't know if I was going to get to those bonus slides, so I had actually left it to the end. While I'm waiting to see if anyone types anything else, I want to let you all know, no matter if you're in North Carolina, whatever county you're in, we have this North Carolina Small Business Center Network that's here to help you. That's our website. There you can find the closest small business center to you. I've given my website for, I'm at Durham Tech's Small Business Center. We provide free to you, but you prepaid for it with your tax dollars. One-on-one confidential counseling sessions. We can't say whether you came or didn't come. And I put the S because you can sign up for as many as you need. We do seminars and workshops that you can attend for free. You prepay for them with your tax dollars. And we also have you get access to resources that we have or connect you to resources in the community or in the industry that you're in. That's my presentation of an overview and introducing you to financials. Everything I've talked about to you today, they are usually separated out into separate seminars and workshops to go into more detail about each of them. And I hope this has been very valuable information to you. Are there any other questions? Because I do know we have a couple of more minutes. And I do appreciate the nonprofits asking questions. I don't get nonprofits that often, but that's one of my hearts. You are so quite welcome. Again, I hope this information has been very helpful to you. My name is LaShawn Harley. I am the director of the Small Business Center at Durham Tech. Wait a minute, got something here. Are some of, I'm waiting for it. So, but again, the tools and resources I've given you, even those financial planning questions, are questions you can ask yourself as you're moving forward. Remember, you are the first business. Are some of these slides I've done, are you going to ask me if some of the slides I've done, if they're going to be available? If you would like to get a copy of the slides, if you could email me, and it may take me a while. Yes, some of the slides I've done are part of classes. In fact, they're more extensive. So typically with the profit and loss statements, we actually do a 12-month one. Cash flow statements, the same thing. We do a 12-month, and we go over the different things that can go in there. We also go over where the numbers of what's on the balance sheet, how it relates to the profit and loss statement, and how they all relate to the cash flow statement, because there are numbers and information that's on all of the different interchange between them. We also go into the analysis of those documents when you're looking at them, how you do what's called a financial analysis. So go over that. In the budget, we talk about what it is to do the budgets. We also talk about each of those line items. We go step by step those line items and discuss what are the next steps afterwards, what people believe. And typically I've had some fun time with folks, and if time permits, because it depends on the question, I'll give them the federal budget, and I'll put them into groups, and they'll become their own separate Congresses, and have them to balance the United States budget. And then I go through each line item on the budget to talk about what the ramifications are to it. One of the most common thing people want to do is raise corporate taxes. I said, well, who pays corporate taxes? And they're like, corporations. I said, where do corporations get their money from? Us, the customers. So that's the information that is utilized. So in some other presenters, they do different variation combinations of talking about this when they are doing the financial statements. But all of us, we separate them out. And understand this, because especially with the webinars, with the Small Business Center Network, you can attend any of our sessions across the state. You don't have to be at that center. All of our sessions are available for you. Your tax dollars are paid for it. You can also use the resources with the Women's Business Center. And last, SCORE has a slew of all of these documents that are Excel documents that you can utilize, that they put formulas in, as well as Microsoft Excel. Excel has been increasing all the time, the different things that they have available. So the three important statements for a for-profit, you can find them at SCORE, SCORE.org. They have a whole list of them that you can download to Excel, as well as Microsoft Excel. No, in class we also go through that also, but those are some great tools that would be great for you. Well, I don't want you all to miss the next session. I see it's 4 o'clock, so I'm going to end the session to allow you all the opportunity. Um, I will make sure to get it, and I will try to get that out to you, Sandra, a copy of the slides. If anyone else would like it, if you can email me at Harley, like the motorcycle, HARLEY, L for my first name, at durhamtech.edu. Okay, again, that's Harley, HARLEYL, at durhamtech.edu. And if you forget it, I am on our list. As well as you can also do SBC at durhamtech.edu. We do check that. That's the Small Business Center, SBC at durhamtech.edu. Small Business Center, SBC at durhamtech.edu. Thank you. You're quite welcome. And I sure will. And yeah, hi Chris, how are you doing? I sure will. You are on my list. I appreciate you being out here today. You all have a great one. Thank you.
Be talking until he gets in the room. Yeah. Wait a minute. It might have bounced back.
I'm waiting for not a problem. I'm waiting for Eric to come because I didn't want to leave you all by yourself.
Hey, how you doing? Hello, how you doing? Hello? Is she gonna
How you
speak?
doing, Eric? I didn't want to leave them by this.
Okay. Hold on a minute. I got stuff going on. Okay. Thank you so very much, and we're going to get ready for our next speaker. You did a great job. As always, we want to make sure that people understand that this is the Black Business TV, where we allow you to speak your voice any kind of way that you want to speak, as long as it's positive, as long as it's self-motivated, and of course, as long as it's prosperous. We believe in profit, profit, profit. The closest thing to air, yes, is money. So as we continue to move forward, we got another speaker coming in. He'll be coming here shortly. As we're gonna wait until we have another speaker coming in. You know, I was looking at my phone and been getting calls all day. Um, um, Jason, do you have the email? That'll be fine. And of course, I just wanted to make sure that when our speakers got the email, and he'll be sending that email out. And sometimes when you're doing great things, you have to take the time to work out some of the things. And we're finding out that many people want their voices to be heard, and that's what we're going to do. We're going to include as many people as we can in the community, and more importantly, we're going to include you. So as you've been watching, we'd love for you to make comments. Thank you, man. You know, you're the first person that said something to me. Thank you, Sandra Lucky. Lucky. We really appreciate it. We're doing the best that we can with what we have, and it being the Black Business Expo Network. It's been a joy. This is our 4th day, and we have 3 more days to go. And as we move toward those 3 days, we want you to understand that the reason that people are here is because they need to give their information to people. And this is a platform to allow that to happen. Now, as we look at tomorrow, we'll have George Frazier for the last time. We'll have, of course, we have the amazing Fran Harris. And then, of course, I might take some time out tomorrow and speak to everybody, but I was going to save that to Sunday as like the last thing that you see, that you hear until next year, until the next 4 months. And then, of course, we're going to be looking at how can we do this in a different way, because I'm finding out a lot of people are kind of locking in, and they want to do what we're doing with the network. But I got a trick up my sleeve. I have a trick up my sleeve that's gonna blow all of them out of the water. They're gonna be sitting there, standing there. Of course, we got Dudley Myers. Hey, Mr. Myers, how you doing?
Very good.
Okay, we're gonna let you go ahead and start your presentation, sir. First of all, we want to say thank you so very much for coming in, and we look forward to seeing all and listen to all the great things. What is the name of your company?
Global Chaplaincy Center.
Okay, hold on a minute. What's the name of your company?
Global Chaplaincy Center.
Okay, and what are the kinds of things that you guys do?
We train and we recruit and deploy chaplains.
Okay.
And we're global in countries.
Okay, I'm gonna let you take it away, and we're gonna enjoy your presentation. Okay.
How many minutes?
Bye bye.
Bye. Hello, good evening. This is Dudley Mears, Dr. Dudley Mears, resident in Canada right now. We have a global chaplaincy center, which recruits, trains, and deploys chaplains in the various aspects of life. Now, we're living in a time where there's so many things happening that we all need help. So we work in the different spheres of life. Usually people associate chaplaincies with the military, hospitals, and prisons. But we believe chaplains are needed in families, in different religions, in education, government, businesses, media, arts and entertainment. As a matter of fact, wherever people are, they recognize the need for spiritual care. And in order to get help in sorting out their needs for spiritual care and help them accomplish what they desire, chaplains are needed more than ever before. In this pandemic season and global confusion, most people recognize there's something happening that's different, and there's a need for answers. The answers many people believe, are spiritual. So their hearts are open to get answers. And we believe that chaplains can be answers to these situations, can have answers to these situations. So our chaplains are trained, or perhaps I should define what chaplaincy really is. A chaplain is a person who understands and learns to understand, is very sensitive to the spiritual needs of people. The chaplains are trained and qualified to bridge the growing gap in society where people need to find meaning and relevance to their spiritual selves. We're all spiritual beings, and we know that, but sometimes we don't understand it. We also should define what is a chaplaincy. Well, chaplaincy is a public ministry that serves others who are in spiritual and emotional need. Now, we're familiar with churches and pastors, and pastors tend to focus on people within their own congregation, and that's wonderful. But the people outside who are unchurched or have been de-churched, they may have never gone to church and have no interest in going to a church, or they may have been and don't like what they see. Who helps them? Well, we believe that chaplains can be trained wherever they are, whatever else they do, whatever jobs they have, wherever they find themselves on a daily basis, and be equipped to help people and to be an answer to these needs. So Global Chaplaincy Center is committed to recruiting, training, and deploying chaplains wherever they are needed. There's some situations where they work as volunteers, and we see there's a growing need for people who would be paid to answer some of these problems. So the training starts with basic training to become a chaplain, and then on continuous training to become more effective in the different areas where a chaplain is needed. We also believe that um, chaplains should be equipped to, regardless of the religion, we are Christian chaplaincy, but regardless of the religion or lack of religion of any person that we are committed to working with, we should be able to be sensitive to their situations and not try to push our own religion on them, but to be available to meet their spiritual needs wherever they are, whatever situation they are. And right now, we live in a changing world. And this world is changing so fast that we can almost have difficulty keeping up with it. There are nations of the world. But let's deal with our nation, the United States, North America. We have increasing stress, people losing jobs, thoughts of suicide, grieving for unexpected death of loved ones, rampant family insecurities that lead to perhaps divorce or disputes within families. Many of these things happen at an alarming rate more than ever before. So we believe that our chaplains can be trained and to be equipped to solve some of these problems. Many of these problems have just surfaced, but they were broiling underneath, and over a period of time, these problems were just fomented because we're in pretty much a lockdown situation where people interact more with each other. We are not as busy as we were before, so we have more time with our family and so on. And it's sad that instead of this being a joyful time for many people, there are things they need to sort out. So we recognize that the traumatic situation. So our chaplains will be trained in trauma, addressing trauma, or at least trauma informed. We also know that our chaplains have to have a sensitivity to people and not always believe that we have the answers, but listen to them and help them work out their own solutions, their own life solutions. Because many people, the answer of their problems are within them. But as a chaplain, we have to develop the art of listening and creative listening, looking for opportunities within what we hear from a person to encourage them to find the solution within their own heart, and use the knowledge that they've had and the experiences they've had in the past and connect the dots for them. So a person may be in a traumatic situation, looks grievously impossible. We as chaplains can come alongside of them while listening to them, help them see hope. So we are builders of hope, encouragers of that life has a meaning and they can tap in to their inner resources and external resources, the help for their spirituality, which many people believe come from God. We can be kind and loving to each other. Sometimes the experiences that people are having as the result of being or feeling unloved. Whatever the situation is, we believe that the world needs chaplains who are well prepared to handle any situation that they encounter. They may not have all the answers for every situation, but they should be positioned and prepared to attempt to close the gap between hopelessness and lots of love, which we are born to really love one another, to help one another as we go on this road. So I'd like to just share these few thoughts with you, that if you're in a situation where you believe that you've had a spiritual foundation, You believe that perhaps you're a Christian, you've been serving in your church, but now that there's such an emergency, such a great need for people outside of your local church, I want to encourage you to give thought to becoming trained as a chaplain. You may be a minister, you may be a pastor, you may be a bishop. Whatever state you are in, there is some of you just saying, I need to reach out to people in my community. Our communities may need change, or communities may desperately need change, may need to be enhanced in some way. We are responsible for our family. We're responsible for our community. We're responsible for our nation. We are born to be responsible for the nations of the world. So every single one of us, building our lives on this earth, our goal should be to make a difference, that before we leave this earth, we would have impacted some lives and made our sphere of influence better than it was before. So I'd like to encourage you, if you have these gifts inside of you, you have these desires inside of you to help other people, consider joining us, Global Chaplaincy Center, where we will help train you, we will help motivate you, we'll help encourage some of the ideas and thoughts that are inside of you, where you'd be a valuable and helpful source to humanity, to other people who may not have what you have as a starting point, but their potential may be even greater than any one of us, but it's locked up inside of them. And we need to help them by unlocking the innate spirituality that's inside of everyone, regardless of whether they are. I'm not talking about trying to get a person to accept the Lord and go to your church. That's not what we're talking about. We talk about helping people wherever they are as chaplains, whatever their needs are, that we can address and help them to get to another level in their life. And it may lead to them being like us, Christians who are serving God and living a wholesome life. But everyone's on a journey, and our job while we're here is to, whoever we encounter, we should take them, their encounter with us should take them to a level above where they are before they met us. Just wanted to share these thoughts with you. Global Chaplaincy Center is in Canada, United States, Bahamas, Philippines, and there are many other countries negotiating with us where they can have a chapter of their chaplaincy. God bless you, and I just wanted to share these thoughts with you. Not sure if there's any more questions or in the chat room. I'll continue talking. Don't know what my limit is, but I will say that there are many, many examples I can mention of chaplains who have intervened in people's lives. Like sometimes there may be a death in the family, or you may be traveling on the road and there's an accident and someone's really in trouble. With the permission of the authorities who are managing the scene, or perhaps there may be a situation where there's no one managing the scene, you're the first one, you may be able to bring comfort to that person. They may be in panic, they may be terrified of what has happened. They may not even understand that they've had an accident. You just being physically present, silently praying, mostly without words, just silently praying, or actively if that's what the person wants, but somehow you would be that person who would be able to help them and encourage them so they understand that they're not alone. Maybe a situation of visiting a hospital and finding that a family has just lost a loved one or someone is slipping away about to die, you may be able to just be that person to bring encouragement to them. I can tell you a personal situation. I visited a hospital one time as an active chaplain, and I didn't know why I was visiting this family. But there was a little child who had just died, and the wife was going crazy. The husband didn't know what to do. He had a friend with him, and he didn't know what to do. And even without knowing that family, I was able, it took some time, but I was able to just calm the waters and encourage them because they had lost their only child and just did not know what to do. I didn't know what to do either, but my presence helped. And when I arrived, they were fighting each other. When they left, they were holding hands and going home to prepare arrangements for the burial. There are other situations I can mention, myself or others, who were, and there was an accident, they were at the accident scene. They got to the place where the accident had just taken place, and right at that time, they noticed there was a very young woman who was so crushed up that to the people around her, the paramedics said she's going to die. And this lady was able to put her head in her lap and listen to her reach out and ask God to help her. And she was able to help her connect with Jesus Christ. And immediately after doing that, she had a smile on her face and died. We don't hope that anyone should have that situation, but it does happen every day. It does happen every day. So we want you to know that you can be that person. It may be a family having a dispute, and you know the family, they trust you. As a chaplain, and if they know you're a chaplain, they have expectations that you have a good perspective, not to take sides, not to meddle really in the family's affairs, but to be a sober voice, a sober ear, sober thoughts, to listen and to be able to bring correction to the situation or bring harmony to the situation by your presence, by your knowledge and your skillful knowledge in how to handle and de-escalate situations that happen in many families. Most families have some situation. So that's one way in which a person can be helpful. In a job situation, maybe even your boss at work, he's got sudden news that's bad. A family member was killed in some way. He trusts you because you're a chaplain. He knows that you're a chaplain. She knows that you're a chaplain. Say, come in the office with me. They close the door. And they can safely cry or safely unpack their thoughts to a listening ear of a compassionate chaplain who would be trained to listen rather than have immediate solutions to the problem. And by them listening, they may be able to help that person who did not know they would ever have a problem where they needed help from a subordinate, an employee. That could help that person's character be changed, or certainly it can help them in their crisis at that point. There are many, many other situations where a chaplain can just be the right person at the right time. They may be called into a situation. That does happen to pastors of churches. This has happened to other people. But often when some people have problems, and they call the police. And the police are often not trained. But a chaplain working alongside with the police chaplains, might have the answer, the spiritual answer to what could have escalated to problem that would get out of hand and cause hurt or death to a person who really was in perhaps a mental situation, perhaps something else. But whatever the situation is, we want to know how we could help that situation. As a chaplain, should be able to help people in every religion. It doesn't matter what religion they belong to. They've grown up in a religion and they label themselves in that religion. But their help is not to change their religion. The help is to meet them wherever they're at. And the chaplain, a skilled chaplain, a well-trained chaplain, would be able to meet them wherever they're at and help them reach out their inner self and finances. Maybe later on they may want to know about your God or your church. But at that moment, you're going to bring comfort and care and compassion to you, to them, in that situation. We believe that there's a need, a desperate need, for more chaplains to be trained and deployed. This used to be more popular a long time ago, but it has slipped into other religions are trying to have chaplains, and they are. And some of them are very helpful because they understand their own people. But regardless of what religion you belong to, you should be able to help a chaplain. As a chaplain, help any human being with any problem and just be there for them. The most important aspect of being a religious person, it's a calling. Yes, it is a calling. You're called, but we're all born with some kind of a heart to help other people. Sometimes we get messed up in our own lives and we are not that forthcoming. But we are born with a natural gift, and some people are called to be more effective in these areas. But regardless of a person's religion, they can have something in them that wants them to help humanity. But we who know Jesus Christ and we have principles and live by his principles can follow those examples of Jesus himself and other Christians along the way to be effective in sharing the principles, the life principles that would help anyone improve themselves. So I'd like you to just continue by, yes, I just want to continue by saying that young people, particularly right now, are in desperate need of mentors, of fathers, and chaplains who are well trained can effectively fill some of these gaps. I'd like to offer to your community one scholarship to a worthy person, somebody who would really want to be a chaplain. I'm not sure how this is administered, but I'd like to make that offer for training. And we have training starting in January. Our website is globalchaplaincy.com. And we have some dates there. So one scholarship would be available for however it's administered by the leaders to someone who would like to take up the challenge of becoming a chaplain in 2021. We start you off and then show you the way to improve as you go along. Are there any questions in the chat room? Does anyone have questions? Being a chaplain, the most difficult part, this question here, what is the most difficult part of being a chaplain? I would say having, being able to listen effectively, also not be judgmental, even if you know that the person is on the wrong path. Give them time to sort themselves out by having a listening ear and having a desire to be different. Now, the Black Business Expo and the scholarship efforts, very, very worthy of support, because there are many, many people in our community, business people, and also young people within our community, that by helping them with either scholarship, academic scholarship, or wherever they are, or trades, or whatever situation they can be improved, by helping with our resources, helping people through scholarship, would be worthwhile, because it gives an opportunity for people to be, who may not be able to afford training, may not be able to afford to education, or learning a trade, or whatever is available, but a little help from us who have gone this way before and who have been helped by other people in the past. It's worthwhile investing in the lives of others to allow someone else to be successful in life, and they too, hopefully, after they're successful, will help other people. Yes, we have our contact. So do we have contact information for people who may run into, that have interest in corn? Yes. Okay. I could share some experiences, my personal experience. I was a chaplain of a long-term care, and I was hired as a chaplain and paid. And at that time, I was a pastor of a church. And in my the truth is, I was terrified. I had no real knowledge of seniors and the issues that they have. I was just without training. I was just offered the situation. I believe it was a character reference, and I accepted. But it was a challenge to me. But I very soon realized that there were some unique people, and a lot of extremes of situations. And one comes to mind right away. A businessman. He said, he told me he had a small business and couldn't work anymore because of his illness. And he was in his early 70s. And he brought in his whole library, and he had a whole shelf, and he was a consultant even after he had business. And he was the business leader of his church. But I found out that from talking to him, and so he really did not know Jesus Christ as his personal savior. And by befriending him, being available to him, and because I was a businessman, for a good chunk of my life, we had some things in common. But when he had multiple issues, and just before his death, he was able to share with me that by the things that we shared together influenced him, that his life needed to change, and that he needed to sort out his spiritual issues. And he was not only able to accept Jesus Christ as his personal savior, but he was able to, before dying, help other people have that same experience. There were other situations where people with Alzheimer's and some of these dementia, they had to be locked away, and they had to be under security. And I was asked to help them out. And I had a person who could play music, and music was extremely the best thing that could people with these situations could connect with. And that person had to go away. And I found that just by my presence and singing with them, singing the songs that they knew as when they were children, even children's songs, was able to connect with them and give them happy times whenever I was with them. But the one story I want to share, this man was 86 years old. And when he was 6, his mother died suddenly. And the nurse told him that God needed another angel. And for 80 years, he had a sister who was a year younger. And for 80 years, he just hated God or the name of God or anything relating to church or Christianity. So I realized I could not talk to him about anything relating to that subject. But I just befriended him, spent time with him, listened to him of the stories of his past life and so anything he wanted to talk about. And one day he asked to see me and said, well, I want to know how I could become like you. It was that one of his younger friends, in the same community, died suddenly while they were having lunch together. And he was interested in his future, his mortality. Where would he go after dying? So we have a short training of 20 hours training, which is the initial chaplaincy prerequisite. Then after you become a chaplain, there's ongoing chaplain for many years. But initially, it's 20 hours, which is done over a 2-week period of initial sensitivity training and actual dynamics of chaplaincy. The 20 hours is the training, the initial training to be certified by the Chaplaincy Training Institute of Bakersfield, California. And you would have a certificate. To become a member of Global Chaplaincy Center, the additional requirements, police certification, character references from your church leaders. There would be also a need for additional qualifications in terms of the type of chaplaincy. The paid chaplaincies require a lot more education, which varies from individual to individual and the needs of the institutions that you're going to. But for people who generally want to be a chaplain for volunteer work in some situations or wherever they work right now to help with spiritual needs of people and spiritual care, soul care of people within their community, the short-term training gives a good start. A lot more comes with experience and other shorter courses as we go along. I've been inspired particularly by transformation, transform our world, Ed Silverso, who's has been training people around the world and transforming local communities, transforming larger transforming situations, transforming people, transforming our whole world, really, by people in the marketplace, people who are Christians with an understanding of needs of people would be allowed to, they would okay. I'll talk about this afterwards, but right now let's discuss about chaplaincy within hospitals. I've been for 15, maybe closer to 20 years, spiritual care in hospital settings. Uh, Hospitals are places where people go, and years ago it used to be to recover from chronic illness. Right now, many people don't stay very long in hospitals, but when they are in a hospital, sometimes the needs are great for a short period of time. And you have to be accurate and sensitive to that situation. Many people's lives are transformed with a short intervention with a chaplain in a hospital setting. Now, I just want to just mention a couple experiences I had. Was called in one night. This lady had just passed away, and her family was about 20 people in the room, and they seemed to have loved her very much. She seemed to be a really useful member. She was older, but very, very useful family member that people depended on. And from what I could tell, none of them had any Christian faith. But one of the people happened to be someone I had met before, just casually a couple times. And this young man was comfortable and was happy that they had come. But I had to be sensitive to the fact that they didn't expect her to die. She had just died. The family had been summoned and they didn't know what to do. The hospitals usually have paid chaplains that are there, but they leave at a certain time. And this was after that time, later in the evening. So I had to be very, very careful because it was a large number of people they just suddenly heard. And I was able to get them to talk about some of the experiences they had with her. And they gave some general experiences, but some gave the kind of jokes that she shared with them. And it got a little lighter. It got a little lighter in terms of what they were talking about. So all of a sudden, they were not thinking of the sudden death of the loved one, but they were thinking of the meaning that she had with my slight intervention, the meaning that she was to the life, the best memories they had of her, kind of things that you would hear at a funeral service. And by sharing some of these thoughts with them, it lightened the situation. And although I don't believe any one of them was a regular church attendee, but I was able to get them to circle the bed because there's so many people and say a simple prayer to comfort them. And we ended up by saying the Lord's Prayer together and could feel the presence of God in this situation. And they were more relaxed. And after that, I left them to continue their grieving. That's one situation. The other situation where I was called in, it's a Roman Catholic. The priest wasn't available at that time. And they spoke Italian. They couldn't speak English. But there was enough there that the wife could tell me the husband's going to die tonight. And the nurse had already told me that. And what do you do in a situation like that? Well, as a trained chaplain, I knew it was important to comfort the wife. But I was concerned about him. And even though he was on the respirator and probably could not understand, I was able to go close up to him and pray to his spirit, and his spirit from me.
All right, hey guy, I hate to break the show. I hate to cut in. I hate to come on in and talk to you. But guess what? We are going to our next person, and she's been sitting over there waiting.
I
I want to thank you for coming in, and I hope you're gonna do like Jason did. You know, Jason is gonna do a laptop computer and $500. Maybe we can get you to do a laptop computer and $500 for the kids also. I don't know, but I'm just putting it out there for people all over the country. We need you. We need everybody's help.
well also thank you very much for the opportunity to be here with you. And I did ask you long. I had some guys first that I kept. Okay.
Oh yes, without a doubt. I want to thank you for being on the show, and we're gonna move on and on and on. And thank you again. You did a great job, and I look forward to getting a chance to talk with you and Jason later on. Okay.
I will absolutely. Thank you.
All right.
You do.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
And of course, as we continue doing this thing that we call the network, and you know what's real funny, you know, I have been listening and getting phone calls all day, and there's one group out there that is actually doing what I'm doing right now, and I had a conversation with them, and one of the people in the room said, "Well, Eric, you know, we should be paying you for this," and I said, "No, you don't have to pay me, because at the end of the day, if I can provide something for people to see and for people to utilize to open up a network for black people across this world, I've done my part. No matter what they do, I've done my part. Yeah, sometimes the first guy out loses. But at the end of the day, do you really lose? Does that mind that you have inside only have one thought? Or do you have many more thoughts? So my mind is moving so much rapidly. I'll have several things that I like to see happen. And as soon as somebody takes over this, I am going to be very, very happy so I can begin to do something else while I'm here on this planet. You got EK3 waiting for the next person to come in the room. And of course, she's going to want to know if she can use her slides, and she's going to do a powerful presentation. It's going to be none other than Pamela Gales. And Pamela Gales is a star in the diversity and inclusion, what I call in the marketplace. When you begin to talk about people who are making it happen all over the country or making it happen all over North Carolina, she is one of those people who is making it happen all over North Carolina. Now, the Black Business TV, and I know somebody going to get the name and I know somebody going to use the name, but the thing that they cannot get or use is me. So I can come up with any name for the network. Like I told somebody the other day, we have 3 digital networks who reached out to us. We're going to reach back to them and see how we can help them, because as somebody said on this platform by the name of Fran Harris, it's a buffet out here. So we all can eat. And the question becomes, how do you want to eat? And what are you going to use to eat with? And here again, what I plan on utilizing is allowing people, ordinary people, who cannot get a chance to be on any platform, to get a chance to be on a platform where they can talk about their business, their joys, their inspiration. And of course, bring her on in. Yes, indeed. Yeah.
Hello.
You know, I act like this with Pamela Gales, because Pamela Gales is like a sister to me, man. You know, me and Pamela met, and we've been like brother and sister from that moment on. I'll call up and say, Pamela, I need you to, and she be like, who he think he is?
Yeah.
He think he running me? And I'll be like, no, I ain't running you. I'm just asking questions. And my great grandfather said, a closed mouth don't get fed. So hey,
You know that's right.
And so she's been a sponsor for us. She's been, as I say, an ambassador for the Black Business Expo. She's been one of our poster women. You notice I didn't say poster child. I said poster women. She's been an ambassador, and she tells people all the time about the Black Business Expo. And one of the things that I do want to say, I remember when I first met her, she said, we need to do this. This is what we need to do, Eric. And I said, yes, you're right. And then I said, next year, I want tons of money. And Pamela said, we'll do what we can, but we don't think we're going to call it tons. We're going to do what we can. It's just a little inside joke. So, Pamela, I'm going to let you take it away. As I said, you're doing about 40 minutes. I'll come
Okay.
back. And as you look at the screen, if you're going to need a PowerPoint or anything, I believe that the only thing that you have to do is punch a couple of buttons that should be right in front of you. If you have some difficulty, I will be watching, so I'll come back to help you if necessary. Okay?
Okay, I just
Okay,
did
I just did
share my screen.
share my
So
screen.
who
So
am I
who
talking
am I
with?
talking with?
I can't see.
You say you need to share your screen.
Yeah, I do need to
Yeah, I
share my
do need to
screen.
share
So I
my
just
Okay,
share screen.
there should be a button right there that say you can. Okay.
Okay, let me
Okay,
try.
let me try.
Can my PowerPoint be seen?
Hello, Pamela. How you doing?
I'm good.
I'm
Can you
good.
see
Can
my
you see?
screen?
We saw your screen. You shared it and then you unshared it. We had
Okay.
you.
Okay,
Am I sharing it? Am I sharing it now?
now?
I'm gonna stay here and ride with you till it's right. Go ahead and share your screen.
Well, that's what
Well,
I
that's
thought
what I
I was
thought. I
sharing
was
my
sharing my
PowerPoint.
PowerPoint.
Yeah, share your PowerPoint. You were
Okay.
sharing your PowerPoint and then you stopped sharing it, and that's why I came back.
So do you
So do
see
you
it
see
here
it
now?
here now?
Hold
When I hit
on.
When I hit
share,
share,
Hit share.
I'm hitting
I'm
share.
hitting share.
Okay. Let me let Mark. Mark is gonna work it out for you. Okay.
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 You're the first one.
Am I?
Am I?
Yes. Everybody else just boom and gone.
I'm the first
I'm the
problem.
first person.
You said it.
No, I didn't say problem. I said one. It's a difference.
Okay.
Okay.
It's a difference. I didn't call you a problem.
Well, it
Well,
says
it
choose
says
what you
choose
would
what
like
you
to
would like to
share, and that's
share,
what
and
I
that's what
did.
I
My
did. My
PowerPoint.
PowerPoint.
Am I
Mark,
Am
supposed
I
to choose
supposed
it
to
on my
choose it on my
screen?
screen?
I guess.
That's what I'm
That's what
doing.
I'm doing.
Let me see.
Can you see it
Can you
now?
see it now?
No, normally when you share your PowerPoint, both of us will go to the left side, and then you will be able to actually see your PowerPoint. You had it up.
Okay.
Okay.
So I'm gonna
So
hit
I'm gonna
share
hit share
screen.
screen.
Mm-hmm.
Then I'm hit
Then I'm
share
hit share
screen again.
screen.
And I
And
see
I
me,
see
I
me,
see
I
my
see my
screen.
screen.
But when I
But when
hit
I hit
my
my
PowerPoint, it
PowerPoint,
goes
it goes
away.
away.
Hit your PowerPoint, and it should
Wait a
come up.
Wait a
minute.
minute.
And ladies and gentlemen, it's always great when I get a chance to speak to you while my other host is working it out with the guy behind the scenes, the guy behind the glass. We'll get it going in a few minutes. We're she starts at 5 o'clock. It's 4:55, so this is just our 5 minute get prepared.
Yes.
Yes.
Now, do you
Now, do
see
you
it?
see it?
I still don't see it. Let me Mark, take me off the screen if you don't mind.
Oh, someone said they did see it. Okay.
Okay, Pam, this is what we're gonna have you do. We're gonna take you off the screen for a moment, okay?
Okay.
You're gonna go back. You're gonna go back to the click out button, and you're gonna click out, and then you're gonna come right back. And when you come back, then you should be able to share your screen. Sometimes these
Well,
machines.
someone said it
Someone said
was
it
on the
was on the
screen.
screen.
It
I thought I
was,
seen
But
it.
I've seen it.
but this is what we're gonna do, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
You're gonna click out, and you're gonna come back. And when you come back, you should be your screen should work, okay?
Click all the
Click
way
all
out.
the way out.
Click all the way out and come all the
Leave
way back
studio.
in. Yes, and I will be here talking to you. Come back. You know, as I continue to say, this is what I'm talking about. Now, I'm sure somebody's going to come along and say, hey, guys, I can do this much better than you can do it. But to do it much better, you better have some money. I'm telling you, when you're utilizing the staff that I have, this is what we love to do, and we're going to give you what we can as much as we can give it to you. And one of my friends used to say, sometimes people want to have everything perfect. Then they don't do anything. We know everything is not perfect. But what we do know is that we're on a platform. It's not costing us anything. And we're opening up information to the world. And that's more important than any glitch, any problem, anything that goes on with what we're doing. And she should be coming right back in a few minutes. And when she comes back, she'll share her screen and go into her presentation. You know I'm a time guy. So it's just 4:57, 3 minutes to go. Not 6 minutes, 3 minutes to go before 5 o'clock.
Okay.
Hello, how you doing? I'm going to go off the screen, but I'm going to do a grand introduction because, you know, you start at 5, we 3 minutes out, okay?
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, with no further ado, I'd like to introduce to you and reacquaint her to the ones that know all about her. It's the magnificent, it's the wonderful, it's the amazing Pamela Gales, all the way from wherever she's from. Take it away, Pamela Gales.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Pamela Gales with Wake County Public Schools. Thank you for coming today to hear my presentation on diversity and inclusion. But I'm going to talk a little bit about how we include supplier diversity and inclusion and equity in that theme. So I'm gonna go ahead and start my PowerPoint again. Share my screen. Okay, can my screen be seen? Okay.
Did you press allow to share your screen? You press share your screen. There should be a button that says allow to share your screen. You see that button?
I see share.
And then there should be another button that says allow to share your screen. And where is that button located, Lee? At the bottom right hand side, there should be a button that says allow to share your screen.
I see share audio and then share and cancel at the bottom of the screen.
click share audio.
Okay. Now.
And then click on whatever she's trying to present.
Now click on whatever you're trying to present.
Okay. Can you see it?
Hold on.
Then you're going to have to click share after she clicks on what she's trying to present.
Now click share.
I'm clicking share.
I'm waiting for Mark at this moment.
Yeah,
Okay.
on this side, so we're still waiting on this side for it to come up.
We're just waiting for it to come up.
Oh, there it goes.
Okay.
There we go.
Okay.
Hercules. Hey, look. See, you can't do this on nobody else's network. Pam, you can't be having. See, we having a good time over. We don't even care. You can't do this on nobody else's network. You know, other folk will be like, "Oh, you're messing up. What are you doing? Let's get her off the air. We can't let her get going." Yeah, but see, we on our own network. Look, pal, we on our own network. If the lights go out, we can laugh. Come on, people, because we human beings, and the human beings, we're not perfect people. And with no further ado,
I'm right on time. Then it's 5:01.
Well, then let the black man in America get off the screen. Then talk to you later.
Okay.
Bye.
All right. Okay, today we're going to talk about diversity, equality, and inclusion. But I say, can we talk about supplier diversity, equality, and inclusion? Because we're talking about businesses and how our supplier diversity programs should treat our minority and women businesses. So I'm going to get started. I normally like to do a little warm up, but I'm not going to be able to do that today. But what we're going to talk about is, of course, supplier diversity and what it means. Relying on spend. Why does everybody always ask our minority businesses about spend? How much, or rely on how much percentage we spend with our minority businesses, especially when you're talking about government entities, because I know at Wake County Public Schools, that's a big part of my supplier diversity program, but I try not to just concentrate on spend. I try to use other metrics to measure how my program is impacting the community that you live in and work in. And we're also going to talk about the disruption and redesign of how we need to look at our supplier diversity programs to include small minority and women businesses more and be able to help them more in more areas than just how much money that we're spending with them. And then I'm going to talk about how we put a plan into action. So I'm basically letting you see from a business side how a government entity should run their supplier diversity program to be inclusive, to be equitable, and to be more inclusive than they are now. So what is a diverse business? A business owned and operated by an individual or group that is a part of a traditionally underrepresented or underserved group. And that's what most of our supplier diversity programs are looking for, are diverse businesses. What is equity? Equity implies giving as much advantage, consideration, or latitude to one party as it is given to another. So that means that when we have the non-minority firms bidding on our projects, we want to give as much advantage to our minority and women businesses as we can also. And what is inclusion? Inclusion is the action or state of including or of being included within a group or structure. When we talk about diversity and inclusion in our programs, we want to make sure that we are making sure that we are including within a group or structure our minority and women businesses that we deal with on a daily basis. Because you should not be left out because your business doesn't make you know, $5 million a year. You know, we want to make sure that we're being inclusive in all areas of our contracting, not just for the people who have the money. Supply diversity programs can have a positive impact on our organizations, but they have a history of being hard to implement and being effective with our small minority and women businesses. And I say that because everybody does not run their program the same way. And everybody is not, when you say a supplier diversity program, most people thinking you're talking about diversity and inclusion on the human resource side. But we're not talking about diversity and inclusion on the human resource side. We're talking about diversity and inclusion of our small minority and women-owned businesses. And what causes a program to be effective? Because we focus mainly on the spend with diverse businesses. And that's why I say that is most of our programs metrics is to see how much spend, what's the average spend we're doing with a minority or woman-owned business, or what's the average spend that we're doing on this project. So what we need to do is focus more on how our supplier diversity programs can impact the community as much as it does in other areas. We need to make sure that we are concentrating on a full spectrum of things that our minority and women businesses are doing for our organizations. Okay, so I'm gonna share with you as a small minority business, or if you're a person that works with small and minority-owned businesses, or I'll say diverse businesses from now on, and be able to include everyone. A good supplier diversity program should focus on the inclusion of suppliers who represent their organization's core values and have an economic impact on our communities. There are 4 supplier diversity program objectives that you may want to consider that are important to our programs. For one, in my program, I try to improve the image of the organization in the marketplace. So today, me being here presenting for Wake County Public Schools and about Wake County Public Schools is the reason that I'm here today, because I want to make sure that you know that our organization has the image of being inclusive in the diversity field. And the other thing is that we support, we want to make sure that it supports the organizational structure around diversity and social responsibility. When I was hired for this position, it was mainly because they did not have anyone that was able to make sure that the program was being run properly. But not just that, they wanted to make sure that they had someone in place that was going to be responsible for the whole program being diverse and, you know, socially responsible. So that's another thing that we concentrate on. Then the other thing is complying with NC state statutes and local policies. We have to make sure we do that because anytime with a local or government entity, you want to make sure that you're complying with those statutes and policies so we can help our diverse businesses understand how to do business with us. Meeting requirements of contracting compliance. It's okay to do the right thing all the time, but we want to make sure that the contracts we're giving, that our diverse businesses are winning, I'll say it that way, are meeting the requirements of the contract compliance. Because if it's not, then it's not going to meet the requirements of the state statutes that we have to follow. So we want to make sure that we're doing the compliance piece to make sure that you're being treated fairly, to make sure that you're getting paid what you deserve to be paid on our contracts. Now I want to tell you a little bit about Wake County Public Schools core beliefs. At Wake County Public Schools, we want to make sure that the students are prepared to reach their full potential and lead productive lives in a complex and changing world. So that's the number one thing we want to concentrate on. But we have 6 core beliefs, and you'll be able to see how these core beliefs can relate to what we're trying to do in the community. So we want to make sure that every student is uniquely capable and deserves to be challenged and engaged in relevant, rigorous, and meaningful learning each day. To me, that's very important. And that's part of why I do what I do, not just for our diverse businesses, but for the children who live in the community where our diverse businesses work, where our diverse businesses are, and that want to do business with us. Number 2 is that every student is expected to learn, grow, and succeed while we eliminate the ability to predict achievement based on socioeconomic status, race, and ethnicity. Number 3 is that well-supported, highly effective, and dedicated principals, teachers, and staff are essential to the success of all our students. That one is very important to me because a lot of our teachers live in the community that live in the same community where they teach our children, which means that a lot of our small businesses are supplying us with a lot of the things that a lot of the supplies and materials that our children need to be able to be effective in their learning at school. So that was another one that's important to me. Number 4 is the Board of Education, superintendent, and all staff, while sustaining best practices, will promote and support a culture of continuous improvement, risk-taking, and innovation that results in a high-performing organization focused on student achievement. So that is important for our Board of Education. And our Board of Education supports our My Supplier Diversity program in a way that they want the program to be expanded throughout the school system to make sure that in contracting, we're being fair and equitable to all our diverse businesses that are in our community. And number 5, the Board of Education, superintendent, and all staff value a diverse school community that is inviting, respectful, inclusive, flexible, and supportive. So that's another important part of our program. Sorry. And last but not least, number 6, the Wake County residents value a strong public school system and will partner to provide support and resources to fully realize our shared vision, accomplish the mission, and sustain our core beliefs. So my supplier diversity program at Wake County Public Schools has a lot of these core beliefs built into it. And so that's one of the things that I try to put out to the community when I'm at events like this and speaking to our diverse businesses, to let them know that they are welcome and that the door is open and that we do try to be inclusive. And that is part of the vision for Wake County Public Schools. So now we want to talk about how relying on the spend is just not enough for our programs that we have, whether you're dealing with a city, county, state, it doesn't matter. Most of the time, they're going to talk about spend to our diverse businesses and are you hub certified? And if you are hub certified, then this percentage of 10% of your of the contracting that we do should go to our diverse suppliers. But I think we focus a little bit more on that than we should. Supplier diversity programs have come too dependent on that. So what I think is that even though a percentage of the spend or the goal is set by North Carolina state statute, it does not capture the full impact of our diverse contracting in our organizations and communities. And I definitely say that about our communities because a lot of the times we're not spending in the communities of color as much as we are in other communities. Successful programs should align with internal goals and key performance indicators that measure a bigger impact. And I'm going to show you some of the key performance indicators that I think are important. So some of my key drivers in my program is that I want my program to be innovative. That's a major thing for me. We have to stay up to date and innovative and, out in the community. We want supplier engagement, just like I talked about. Me doing this today is supplier engagement. And I want you to know that I'm open and here for you whenever, you want to, talk about your business or let me know about your business. And then the community impact. That's a major value driver for me. That's why I'm always out in the communities. I'm always doing trade shows. Any opportunity I can get to get in front of diverse suppliers, I take that opportunity. Some key performance indicators that I have for my program is that the proximity of diverse suppliers. So I know where most of the diverse suppliers are in the Raleigh area, in the Durham area, in the RTP area. So I try to go and engage them in those areas. The outreach meetings that I have with diverse firms. Every project that we have at Wake County Public Schools, I'll talk about construction projects mainly, is we have an outreach meeting, or if we have an RFP that goes out, we'll have a outreach for the RFP, not really outreach, but a pre-proposal meeting, so I can invite in diverse businesses to be a part of that. The percent of diverse suppliers in the area, I keep track of all the diverse suppliers that do business with Wake County Public Schools. And with that, I know how many diverse suppliers are in the area that I do most of my business in Wake County Public Schools. Sometimes it's a lot of the same suppliers. So I'm looking to expand that net a little bit further out from just around the Raleigh, Durham, Chapel Hill area. But I do get a lot of diverse suppliers that come in to do business with me from Charlotte area too. So it does at least extend to that point with construction. But with services and goods and supplies, there aren't as many as I would like it to be. So I'm trying to expand that net to get more service based versus business and goods and supplies businesses. Proximity is important when it comes to diverse suppliers, because we want to make sure we use as many businesses as we can in the proximity of our organization. So that's just my belief. And I try to, when I do trainings and things, let other people know that's a good way of looking at how you can expand your net a little bit more. The number of suppliers and outreach meetings with diverse firms, I'm always, like I said, seeking those relationships. And it will, keep me connected to you if I go out into the community and do these types of events. And again, the key performance indicator for me is, instead of assuming a company that is owned by an underrepresented individual or group will positively impact the underrepresented community, I'm taking it a step further to confirm the impact by adopting location-based indicators into my program. And a lot of times that's done by doing a disparity study, which we are looking into do now. And so, of course, disparity studies are more expensive, but if you combine your resources with maybe another government entity, we'll probably be able to get that done. And we're looking into doing that right now. So I just want to tell you a little bit about the roles and responsibilities when you, as a diverse supplier, go to a government entity to talk to someone like myself. We have a certain responsibility that we are supposed to do when it comes to diverse suppliers. We want to make sure that integrity is a big part of our program. Treat you with respect. Be conscious of your limited resources and not to make unrealistic demands on you. We like to, we should be scheduling meetings at a reasonable time. And I'm talking to you from a perspective of what I do. And so these are some of the things that I think are important in my program. Scheduling meetings at a reasonable time and being cognizant of travel costs. I have noticed during this pandemic that being able to reach out to more diverse businesses has become a lot easier since you don't have to travel and you don't have to stop working where you are. You can jump on a meeting from your phone, from your computer. And so I have noticed that, that has been a big, there's been a big boost in being able to contact more diverse businesses that way. And I have here using teleconferencing or WebEx or, whatever we can when it's possible. Ethical behaviors is that I think you should always be honest. If your company doesn't meet the requirement, I'm going to tell you. And as Eric said, we can talk like brother and sister, but I'm being honest with him about what I can do and what I can't do. And I think that's very important. And we want to make sure that, you're aware of the circumstances and what you're coming into, and that if you're not able to handle it, I'm not going to sit up and say, oh yeah, you can have this, you can do this job. And then you get into that job and you're not able to handle it. So I don't think that's fair to be able to do it that way. And we want to avoid requiring you to do work at risk. That's really unethical. And that's what happens a lot of times on these projects. You bid on the project. If the project is too much for you, and we know looking from the inside out that the project is too large, then we should be the one telling you that you should not be, you should not be doing this project and the reason why. Of course, we never can accept gifts from you. That would be unethical if you're trying to win a contract with us. And we never promise work to MBEs. So we always want to make sure that we're, guiding you in the right direction and using ethical behaviors to do that. When you give us your invoice, we want to make sure that you can improve. We want to, if you're doing something wrong on your invoice, we want to make sure that you can improve what you're missing and to submit it right so you can get paid on time, so we don't have to return it to you 10, 11, 12 times before we get it right. And then the most important thing, I think, is to process it in a timely manner. When I have a consultant working for me, or if I have a contractor working for me, as soon as I receive their invoice, I turn it into finance that same day. I make sure I have all the paperwork in order and turn it in that same day, because sometimes you can be waiting up to 60 days, 45 to 60 days to get paid, and that's not fair. If you're experiencing challenges with your payment, I'm going to investigate it and make sure that everything gets resolved. I'll give you guidance on your invoice submission. And then if special payment terms are needed, I'll try to address that to see if that can happen to get your payment to you a little bit faster. I also like to recognize our diverse businesses, and I think that's important. And I always go to my project managers and my departments and ask them, a lot of times, do they have anybody that's really performing, at high quality? And would you recommend them, to get an award when we have our yearly, when we have our, our fairs, or when we have our quarterly meetings with Coordinators Network? We like to reward our MBEs when they're doing well. And we want to recognize them, in more ways by, telling our departments when they're doing well, and when this is a minority business or woman-owned business or diverse business that's performing well, we can, pump them up to our departments to make sure that everybody in our organization knows that they are, a good firm. And then, we want to make sure that we direct you to our company's registration webpage so you can be selected on projects, so you'll know how to register for to be on the purchasing webpage for goods and services, or to be on the construction, on the facilities design and construction page, register there so your business can be recognized if you want to be on a construction project. So this one is more about how to get started with your program, and I don't think that's appropriate, but I'm trying to show you from our perspective that enhancing our programs, stepping back and thinking and rethinking our programs, creating healthy internal discussions around our programs, and requiring continuous improvement through knowledge and sharing and testing within our programs, that we can be very successful in helping you, our diverse businesses, become more acquainted with us. Okay, any questions? Can you still hear me?
We hear you, and I heard that one of the questions that folks were asking was definitely how often do folks come in and offer their services for the schools? So that's one of the questions I know folks are wondering is
Okay,
often.
that's what I was wondering, if they could hear me. I didn't know if they could still hear me or not. Okay, I see that question in there. Okay, yes, we do. I mean, you can come in and talk to me anytime about the programs at Wake County Public School. And yes, sir, so your services are welcome. I try to if I can't find someone that is able to utilize your service, then I would let you know. Like I said, I'm gonna be honest with you. But if there is someone that, some way we can use your services at Wake County Public Schools, please reach out to me and I'll try. How are they received by the children as well as the staff? It depends on, what school, you're providing the service for. When we do things at the individual schools, we have over 200 schools, so it depends on what your program is and how which that would, and then turn, let us know how it's going to be received. I guess I can say it that way because I don't know exactly what your program would be. Can you tell me what your program is, Sandra? Okay, yeah, I'm sure that program could be utilized, but we would just have to talk and see. Now, right now the kids, everybody's not back into the schools. So we would have to just talk and see where we could fit that in. We probably could use that with the staff also, because that could also be an issue with staff. So I think there's many areas, you're right, that it could be used in, many different areas. Well, I support the Black Business Expo because like I said, it's a good platform to be able to get out to the message of being inclusive and, diverse like we are at Wake County Public Schools. It's a good platform for me to let people know the way to contact us to be able to have the opportunity to be a supplier or a business that has a service for Wake County Public Schools. Oh, you make home visits too, Sandra? Okay. Yeah, we can talk. You can get my contact information. I've supported the Black Business Expo though every year, just about in the last 3-4 years in a row, because I think it's definitely, I get a lot of contacts from that, a lot of new contacts to be able to, help them learn a little bit more about how to do business with Wake County Public Schools. It's a part of my outreach, I think. Yes, COVID-19 has made a big difference with abuse, especially, in the homes and, because a lot of things have changed and a lot of stress has been put on people's lives. Well, I got into this field probably about 14 years ago because that's always been a passion of mine. I was 16 years doing in the purchasing field as a purchasing uh, director. So that sort of went hand in hand when you start talking about advocacy for minority and women businesses. And then the more my certifications, was geared towards being in the supplier diversity field. I just wanted to, advocate more for the small minority and women-owned businesses that were not getting that opportunity in contracting with governments that they should get. No, I'm not a lifelong educator. Actually, in the last 7, 8 years is when I've really started, just speaking out and being able to have a platform to speak out about diversity and inclusion in the supplier diversity field. Thank you. I'm grateful to be doing this, and I'm blessed, and I'm humbled a lot of times by the work that I do to be able to help our businesses sustain in this economy that we have. So it's kind of tough sometimes, but I do all that I can do. Any more questions? I don't know if nationally the best models for diversity. I don't know. We have to. I look to a lot of the organizations that I have dealt with, like the American Contract Compliance Association. They help me a lot, and they're a national program that teaches me a lot about diversity and inclusion in the not only in the construction field, but in the services and goods fields also.
Well, I'll just ask from here, what advice would you give for folks that wanted to get into the diversity field? Because you are in the diversity field. So what kind of advice would you give to folks that want to get involved in the field and might want to do more work similar to what you're doing?
I would say if anybody wants to get in this field, you probably, if it's a little different in the government side than on the private side, but I've always only dealt with it on the government side. But if you were looking to get in this field, you have to have tough skin, and because on one side you're trying to help people that a lot of people don't want to be inclusive and equitable with. So you have to have tough skin to be able to have those tough conversations with people when it's time to have those tough conversations. And I've just become very relaxed at being able to talk to people about how to be more inclusive in my program, and internal and external stakeholders have seen that this is my passion and that I care about it. So another thing is that I think anyone that gets in this field definitely should have the passion and wherewithal, I'll say, to be able to stick with it, because it's not going to be all peaches and cream. And it gets tiring sometimes to have all the burden on your shoulders of being able to be the advocate for everybody who wants to do business or who wants to be included in an organization, and they're not. So it does become very challenging sometimes, but you have to be able to stick it out. How difficult is it? It is difficult, but I have to. You have to have in positions like this. You have to have, whether it's on the private side or the government side, you have to have leadership that supports you. And everywhere I've worked, I've always had that. And so you have to be able to have those conversations with them and make sure that they have your back whenever you're going out here asking, for help from different things from different people in the community. So you just have to make sure that you have somebody behind you, because you can't do it by yourself. This work is definitely not work you can do by yourself. You have to have support in the role that you're in. Yes, it is. Sandra in heaven. I believe that. Because I have fought a lot and long and hard, like for years, to be able to get people to, understand that my advocacy is not me just wanting to get only Black businesses or, or Hispanic businesses or Asian businesses work. It's to be able to give them their fair chance at contracting with us, just like anybody else would get, that are in the good old boy club. You want to be able to let everybody have an opportunity. I don't think you can ever be too diverse. I think that the more diversity you have within your organization, I think the more cohesive, the organization is. When it's lopsided, when it's, 90% them and 10% them, I don't think, people collaborate as much or work together as much. I think the more diversity you have, the more opportunities it provides your organization, to be able to grow and thrive and be a part of the collaborative efforts that can come from everybody and not just one group. Yes, it is hard to stand in the gap for someone else. Any more questions?
Well, I'll come back and ask from above again. What do you think is your personal goals in terms of like where you would like to see yourself going in your career in working in diversity and inclusion? So where do you see in that sense? So where would you like to be in your career, say another 5 or 10 years from now?
Well, another 5 or 10 years from now, I'm going to be retired. I have 22 years of the government. But after that, of course, I won't stop working. Everyone says, Pam, you're never going to be able to stop doing this because we're going to keep coming to you. But I will probably have my own business in 5 to 10 years, and still advocating, doing what I'm doing now. I see myself doing that. And I also see me being able to help more people from that position than where I'm at now, because sometimes I am limited right now um, as to some of the things I can do. But I see myself in 5 to 10 years, if I have when I have my own business, not if. that I will have those opportunities to fight even harder.
Well, of course, I'm back. And I'm glad that I'm back with you. You did a great job. Really enjoyed your talk. And as always, I'm always going to tell you thank you so very much for taking the time out your schedule and educating people about the bigger picture. What's made you the person that you are today is that you do talk about the business, the bigger picture. And then, of course, when you look at, I know Mark asked you earlier, 3 to 5 years, and I know you talked about retiring and starting a business, but when we look at our futures, we don't know where they're going to go. But
That's
but the main thing is that we have a mission of what we like to do, and some people don't have a mission of what they like to do. A lot of times people see me and they think business only, but I'm pretty much an artist at heart, and so while we're doing this whole Black Business Week, I'm probably mad with everybody that I actually am involved because I'm not getting a chance to paint, which is something I do every day. I want to thank you for being on the show. Look forward to all the great things you're going to do. Can you give people your information so they can email you? We'll run it across the screen a little bit later.
yes, that's Pamela Gale, and my email is pgale at wcpss.net. My phone number is 919-368-1618. That's my cell phone. And I give you that because sometimes I'm in the office and sometimes I'm not. Best call me on my cell phone.
All right, and look, my phone never stops ringing.
Mine either.
You know it. Um, we're going to take a short break, and I'm going to have to take this call. We're going to take a short break, and
Thank you, Eric.
no, thank you so very much, Mark. Would you put up the Communities Matters video, and we'll be right back for Sister Talk. And Sister Talk is all about a group of sisters talking about business. It's gonna be exciting. I can't wait because these ladies, when I asked them to do Sister Talk, right? It was like, well, what we gonna talk about? I said, whatever sisters talk about, and they was just laughing. And I think that's gonna be a great, great thing.
Yes, I'm gonna have to come back and watch that.
Yeah, man. We did it last night, and it was a big hit. So I said, well, let's do it again tomorrow night.
Okay, great.
All right, somebody's telling you thank you. Thank
All
you,
right,
Simon
thank
Lucky.
you so much. I appreciate you listening and being responsible.
And
Thank
that's
you.
And that's always good. So we're gonna take a break. Mark, bring up the video, and then I'm going to wait until that video comes up, and we're gonna begin to prepare for Sister Girl. I mean, not Sister Girl, Sister Talk.
All right. Well, I'm gonna leave the studio. Thanks, Eric.
Well, you got to wait for Mark to let you out of the studio. You can't just get up and walk away. Because Mark, we need some moving pieces. Thank you very much. And as we get prepared for the next piece, it's going to be very interesting. As I said, it's going to be a group of young ladies who are business owners who are going to actually do it. I'm going to take a moment and get out of here. And I'm getting calls, and I can't get up. Hello? Okay, thanks. I'm having people that are calling me, and I can't get up, but I'm gonna have to sit here for a moment. Let me see if I can make a quick call to the studio. See, can I make a quick call to the studio? I am live right now, so would you hold on a minute? I believe that's my sister coming in the house. Mark, would you pull me off the screen?
Hi, I'm Bill LeMay, and thank you for watching Community Matters. We hope you'll continue to watch as we discuss issues facing our community and provide you with the resources and information needed to find solutions. The Black Business Expo in Durham is America's biggest business-to-business trade show. It's also a conference and networking event for business owners, entrepreneurs, startups, and anyone that works for a corporation or who is inspired to start their own business. We're joined by Eric Kelly, CEO of the Black Business Expo USA. And sir, it's a pleasure to have you on the show. Thank you for taking time.
And it's a joy just to be sitting here with you. I've watched you for so long, man.
Oh, stop it.
It's
Stop it. You're
just awesome.
You should run for politics. That's you're good. Tell me about this event, because it's what, 11 years?
It's
actually a little longer, but 11 years.
Yes, it's 11 years, and the Black Business Expo is one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. It is an event that raises scholarships for students. It is an event that looks for students and wants to change those students' lives each and every day.
Now, your grandma started this, and I think it's an important part of the story. I really do, because tell us a little bit about your grandma and how you got involved in this, because you weren't looking for it.
Oh no, I opened an advertising agency, and I was just going along my merry way. And my grandmother, she came to my office and she said, "I want you to do an event that brings Black companies and corporations together." A lot of people don't know my grandmother's name is Lovella S. Kelly. And what she used to be the AFL-CIO negotiator at the time. And she worked at Gold Kiss Poetry. So she was that strong Black woman who, when the corporate guys got mad and the Black folk got mad, she would sit in the room and she would bring all of them together. And so she brought it to me because I went on art scholarship to school, and she said it would be great if she could do scholarships for kids. And you just wouldn't believe, when I started out, I didn't believe it would work.
Yeah.
And our first year we did 93 businesses. The second year we did about 200, and then we did 300 at the old Omni downtown Durham. That's the Marriott now. Yeah. So we've been in the same building for, I would say, over 20 years.
That's amazing. Well, you got to explain how this all works, because you got a lot of things going on here. You talk about the kids' scholarship, but this is more than just that. And I got to figure out how you managed to raise money for kids and still get businesses connected. So tell me about it.
Well, our business model is this. We know that if we do 250 business owners, and those 250 business owners commit to the kids, then they will purchase a booth at the show. Once they purchase the booth at the show, then the proceeds from purchasing the booths at the show gives us the dollars to give to the kids, because we give 10 laptop computers and we give up to $5,000 to 10 kids so that we can change their lives.
See, and that's important. You were telling me, I get a chance to talk to our guests sometimes before we actually shoot it. And you said, you got a scholarship.
Yes.
And you were the first, right? In your family, is that how that worked? And
well, I was at Hillside High School.
Yeah.
And of course, I'm just running up and down the hallways, and Sandra Dowd and Miss Cousins and Miss Lawson pulls me into the teacher's lounge, and they say, you're cheating the world. And I'm saying, what are you talking about? Miss Dowd said, well, you come in class the last minute, and then you do your art, and it's better than everybody's in the school. You got to do more art. So they made me draw for each one of those classes. And at the end of the year, I got the Durham Links Award for the best artist in the state of North Carolina.
Wow.
And I'm in amaze, because I'm just a guy.
Right.
And so when the scholarships came, the letters started to pour in. I picked North Carolina Central University because they had the #1 art school in African-American art in the country at that time. And so my grandmother said, that is awesome. Matter of fact, she gave me the family car because she didn't have to.
That's sweet.
It was good. It was good
nice,
because I didn't have to pay to go to school. And so when I got out of school, she kept coming back to me saying, how could she do something to change kids' lives the way that the school had changed my life, because now that I'm retired and an artist and everything, without that scholarship, I probably wouldn't be the guy I am today.
That's powerful, though. I mean, she saw what it did to you and wanted to do it for other kids. But you've got that same love in your heart now, don't you? I mean,
That's what
you're not doing it for the money. I know that.
Yeah, it's one of the things about me, you know, I love kids. I know that a lot of our kids, they do basketball, they do football, they do sports, they sing, and all the different kinds of things that they do. But we have brilliant kids who want more. And what I want to do is show them more. I want to give them an opportunity to go into technology, to go into science, to go into mass media, to look at other things. If you're going to be a basketball player, look at being a sports agent, because 450,000 kids graduate every year. Most professional basketball players, they have a 10-year period. So that's 400. That's 450,000 kids who are vying for 400 jobs.
Yeah.
And so somebody has to step up and say, okay, play basketball, but here's another opportunity. And that's what the Black Business Expo does more than anything else. We want to change these kids' lives. We want to stop the scholarship and financial aid crisis that's in not only in America, but in North Carolina, because 900,000 kids applied for scholarships this past year. Over 1 million of them kids didn't get scholarships. And then these kids, once they graduate from school, they come with a debt. So how can we change it? And that's what the Black Business Expo is all about. And that's why I do it, because I tell you, it's a love that I have for these kids, because I know what education does. I know what it does for their lives. And more importantly, I understand how it feels when you get some tools to go to school.
And we're going to talk about the expo and what it means for businesses and
Mhm.
corporations as well. But as we kind of wrap up this segment, without the scholarship, you said you'd be a different man.
Mm-hmm.
And that's true of all of these kids. Their future, you're changing their future.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that is some pretty amazing stuff. And I think that's important for our viewers to know as well, because you are dependent on those individuals who sign up and basically rent a booth, right?
We're not on, dependent on the people that sign up for those booths. The most important part of it is, we say this in our meetings all the time, we can change the world as a group of people, as African Americans, as corporations, as CEOs and business owners. Somebody has to put something in place to allow us to change the minds of our students, as we see crime, as we see the underprivileged, and as we see the homelessness. And the Black Business Expo is not the only way, but it is a way to change the lives of these students. And I tell you, I enjoy looking at their faces. I enjoy talking to them. And I really enjoy the companies and corporations who step up and say, in spite of all the other things they have on their plate, they want to help us change the lives of these kids in North Carolina.
That's awesome. Yeah, there's
You went, boy, you went to the screen. You're supposed to come to me. Let the red tie show them that the red tie is rocking and rolling. Somebody asked me the other day, they said, Eric Kelly, every time I see you, you have on the same suit, the same tie, the same everything. And I told them, I said, you know what? This is my McDonald's suit. What I mean by that, when you go to McDonald's, everybody got the same shirt on, the same pair of pants. And that's the culture there. When you come to Kelly Worldwide or to the Black Business Expo, our colors are red and black. And that's why you always see me in the red tie. I am still doing branding. If you look behind me, look at those colors, the red, the black, and the white. That's just what it is. So with no further ado, I'd like to bring the ladies in the room for a show that we've called Sister Talk. Hello, Sheila. Unmute yourself, Sheila.
Hi
Hello.
there.
How you doing?
I'm fabulous. I hope that you are.
And this is the host of Sister Talk. And she hosted a show last night. And I thought I'd bring her back for part 2, or should I say more talking. And here she is. Raw. That's what I got to say.
Hello.
DG McGee. And you know, now let me take my time because when all this beauty gets on the screen, I have to take my time. I can't move so fast. And then again, here's the Benita. Oh my! Oh, what can I say? What can I say? You know, it's gonna be four of them, and they're gonna kick me off the square. You know, I'm trying to sit in the square, but they'll be kicking me off in a minute. But this is Sister Talk, and these ladies are gonna be talking to you about different areas of business, different things, having a seat at the table, what's going on in corporate America. We'll get a chance to talk to Diane about her book, which is a phenomenal book. Ladies, you need to purchase her book. Don't play no games. Purchase her book. One thing about this channel, and this is the only channel like this, we can say what we want to say, how we want to say it, without somebody saying, well, you know what? We're going to have to ask you to leave because you didn't represent our company. Y'all, we've all been there. You know, I tell people all the time, when you work for somebody, they can come in and tell you to turn a flip right then, and you got to turn that flip. Many people say, no, I ain't got to turn the flip. Well, when your boss says that you didn't do something and you know you did it, and he puts it on that little piece of paper, what can you do? You have to suck it up and take it. But anyway, ladies, I'm looking forward to Sister Talk. Thank y'all for coming on, and I'll talk to y'all on the other side.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, lady. How are you?
Listen, ladies, I'm waiting to get kicked off. This on Mark. Y'all looking at me like, when are you?
He's kicked off. How about that?
He's kicked. That is too funny. It's official.
It's official. It's official.
Yes.
Welcome to Sister
Yes.
Talk and night 2, actually. And I'm excited about what we're going to talk about tonight. And here it is. I am Sheila Council Wilson. I am local here in Raleigh, North Carolina. This is now my home, of course. And I'm into several different things. Most people know me from being a former radio host for 6.5 years. And of course, using my voice around different events, and of course, Warm Lyrics Cafe and a number of different things. So I love to facilitate as well, but we're going to do it tonight together. So that's a little bit about me, and we'll just go around the boxes, if you will, since we're in boxes. Who knew that we were going to be doing this in 2020? I certainly didn't. I knew we were technology minded, but had no idea that we were going to be doing business the way we are and helping others build their business. So, ladies, I know you're already unmuted, and so I'll let you guys go. Renita, we'll go with you first, and then we'll go on up.
Okay, I want to make, well, thank you, Sheila and Dion. Yes?
Yes.
Dion, yes.
Well, good to meet you, ladies. I am Renita Griffith. I'm from Raleigh by way of New York City, and I am the founder and CEO of Tri Team Unlimited, where we offer small and intimate, virtual and in-person workshops for couples who are in intimate relationships. And so we believe that when you change your relationship, you change your life. And so our couples that have gone through have said the tools that they learn have really helped enhance their relationships. And I love what I do, and I'm excited to be here tonight.
Thank you so much. Awesome. Welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to be here. Nice to meet you both virtually. Hopefully when outside opens, we can get together in person. But I am Dion, you say yes, Dion, affectionately known as DG McGee. I am the president and founder of DG McGee Enterprises, and we are a business consulting firm, and our focus is leadership. We get college students prepared to go into the workplace. We prepare those in the workplace for leadership to becoming an individual contributor to a leader. And for those that say, hey, I'm throwing in the towel, I'm over the politics, which is a little bit what we're going to talk about tonight. And I want to start my own business. I'm going to be an entree leader. So we have courses. Yeah, we have courses on leadership. I am a speaker, facilitator, coach, and if I could escape leadership, I would, but it haunts me. So it's a part of who I am. So I decide to embrace it, which is where the lion comes from. And as Eric said, Finding Your Roar is the name of my book. And it is about being relentless, optimistic, ambitious, and results driven. So that's what the lion is all about. We all have a lion inside of us. We just got to bring it out.
Yeah.
Well,
Excellent.
let's start right there.
Okay.
How about bringing it out? Because a lot of times, some people are reserved.
Yeah.
And they don't, they'll just say, well, that's not me, and I don't want to do this. But then they have this other side that says, oh, I want to start my own business. I want to start my own consulting firm, or I want to start my own whatever that might be.
Right.
How do we bring that lion out in us?
So I'll answer it in this way. Everyone's lion is not the same. And I honestly believe that we go through phases. And I can't sit here tonight and say that I came out roaring. I did not come out of the womb roaring. We all go through some things in life, right, that will make us just say, you know what? I'm over it. I got to tap into this thing. Believe it or not, Beyonce says that she is an introvert. And when I first heard it, I was like, what? You got to be kidding me, right? But she has another person inside of her, which she calls Sasha Fierce. So we experience Sasha Fierce. I believe Jay-Z and the family at home are experiencing the true Beyonce, right? But at the end of the day, there are phases. And I just believe that at some point, we go from the kitty cat to the lion in the zoo to the lion in the jungle. Okay, so there are phases that we go through. So the kitty cat, we just getting out here and going through this thing called life. We have experiences that we're dealing with. Kitty cat still has the same DNA as a lion. We just don't know we lions. But by the time we go through enough, okay, hey, now we know we're a lion, but we still feel trapped. We still feel caged. We're in this cage, but there's more that we're supposed to do that we've been called to. And you go through enough and another phase, and then you know what? I'm getting ready to run this thing. I'm getting ready to control my own domain. I'm leaving legacy for my children. I'm building empires. But we all have our phases that we go through, and we may not all be at the same phase at the same time. So you have to respect everyone's inner line. And I just believe that there's a lion inside of all of us. We just have to answer the call.
I think you're right. I think by the end of this, all three of us will be roaring together. to our final hour. And here's what I love, and that we have to begin to see that. I talked a little bit about self-sabotaging ourselves and our dreams and our goals and the things that we still have yet to do and that we're called to do, if you will. And so we have to learn from people like yourselves that you can do it. It's a process, of course. We have to do that. But you got to enjoy the process. It's not always easy, but you got to enjoy the process.
Let me jump in, and I'll just say the process, I agree with both of you. Enjoy the process, but learn from the process.
Oh, yeah.
So it's nice to have fun, but what's important is to look back and say, what is the lesson? Because everything is the lesson. And I think also in keeping it in that lion theme, the lessons that you learn make you roar just a little bit louder, right? You stick
That's good.
Just a little bit further.
That's good.
Right? All the lessons that you learn. So by the time you get to that last phase that you talked about, DG, you walk in a whole lot differently, right? You have a whole different attitude, a whole different face, a whole different shine because of the lessons you learned in that walk. And I think that's
Listen. We just met tonight. How do you know me? Let me get closer to the screen.
A long time, okay?
I love it. It's the truth.
It's
the truth.
No, absolutely, it's the truth. And what I love about it is, again, what you just said, that connection. It is amazing that our paths may have crossed. I know Benita, she and I have been, we know some of the same people, and we've crossed at one time or another. But what I love is when it comes together, and we haven't seen each other in probably over a year or so. I think the last event that we were at. And so here's what I love. And for those who are listening to us as well, they're saying, well, I don't have that community that I can, go and share my thoughts with. I don't have a coach, and I don't have a this. And I think sometimes we talk ourselves out of it because of all the excuses that we can come up with. again, going back to the self-sabotaging of ourselves. And I think we have to take that step. It's still have to step into it. And sometimes you may trip up, but you got to come out and say, okay, what did I learn by tripping?
That's right.
What was there? I tell my students, I have the pleasure of being an instructor for Wake Tech. And I tell my students sometimes, I said, how many times do you think they went to the moon until they got it right, till they actually landed?
Right.
Because each time they went to the moon and didn't quite make it, they had to come back. It's like your ABCs. Okay, we started at A, we got to B. So, okay, from there, we're going to go try to go to the moon. So I think that if we can give some thoughts and some tools of the ABCs of it's okay, because I think people say, oh, what if I mess up? What if I don't get a chance to, I don't have the money, for one. I have the people around me, I have the patient around me. I don't haves. And then they got them, those, and these, and Lisa and them, those nouns, those person, place, or things that will talk you out of it. What tools can we begin to, or even what you use that we can share with our individual businesses? They're all businesses and they all kind of start out some kind of way, even though they're different. So what can we share with them to help them get to their moon?
Okay, well, I'll start and say one of my favorite things to say is what you feed grows. And I'll use myself as an example. So if I feed my body, trust and believe it's growing. And so I say that to say, when you feed the positive, it will overshadow those negatives. So instead of looking at what you don't have, look at what you have and expand on that. Be grateful for what you have. Look at what you have and see how that can prosper you. And I don't mean just in dollars. I mean, prosper, grow you. Because sometimes our value is in relationships, right? We find value in relationships, the hookup, the connection, right? There's value in that. And so sometimes that's what you would be feeding, because who knows what that person is going to give back to you. So I think for me, that's one of the things that I really try to focus on, is operating from a strength-based perspective and feeding the positive until it overshadows what I don't have, because it really changes the way I think when I'm starting to look at what I have as opposed to what I don't have. I have so much, and you may look at me and go, you don't have much of nothing, but I see in my eyes that I have so much. First of all, I got breath. And that's the start of any great day, right?
Yes.
That makes your day good when you just can suck in the air and push it out again. That makes it feel good.
That's right.
So that's I feed that. I got breath. And then of course I feed my body too. And then gives me strength. So that's where I would start, is from the positive, feeding the positive.
So our thoughts are pretty much the same mindset, same concept of what you just said. Anytime that I am speaking, coaching a client, it's all about what it is that we believe. If we believe the positive, then we're going to see a positive outcome.
That's
right. So if we feed that, that's what we're going to get. If we believe the negative and we feed the negative, we're going to get negative. And to the relationship part of that, we have to surround ourselves with like-minded people. So I forgot who it was you said, the names you called, but I'm going to say Pookie and them. If it's Pookie and them and whoever in them, right, they, as we call them, that we're having these conversations with, and they don't understand our mindset of where it is that we're going. They don't understand the vision that we now have. And they remember when we used to be this, that, and the other. Now you get ready to go to another plateau. When you get ready to go to another level, everybody cannot go to that level with you. Everybody is not ready to roar just because you're ready to roar, just because you have this business idea. This is your baby. It's not their baby. So you can't expect them to be all excited and ready to buy your products and service. This is your thing, right? But how we show up depends on how people receive us. So whatever business I'm in or what I'm getting ready to start, if I don't believe it, if you don't believe it, nobody else is going to believe it.
That's right.
So the O And the roar is to be optimistic. Like if our mindset is not in a place of positivity to get to where we're supposed to be, forget the teams. Because a lot of us will get caught up like, oh, I got this grand idea, but I'm going to need an admin. I'm going to need a social media manager. I'm going to need this, that, and the third. No, start where you are with what it is that you have. And my word to you, I promise you, if you do that, if your footing is right, God will send the people that you need to be on the team. Okay. Like hands down. And so I tell people all the time, when I speak, I don't do boring talk. So if I say anything that resonates or tugs on your heart, I want you to type roar in the chat, ROAR, because our mindset has to be in a place for the next level at all times. And anybody that's not on that wavelength, if your frequency is not what my frequency is for growth, then we got to disconnect. And I'll catch you later.
Hey, listen, I am with that. You know, there are times that we think that we need so many people around us in order to achieve what we need to have. Like you were talking about the admin, the this, that, the other. It's okay to smart, as you said, I loved it. You said start where you are.
Right.
Start where you are and grow and build from there. Because here's the thing, there'll be one day you'll be on a sister chat and you can help someone, or you'll be in Walmart's grocery line. Well, actually, that's which is whatever side of the aisle at Walmart that you're going to be on. But you'll be in line and waiting for someone, whether it's self checkout or whether someone's going to check you out. You'll have a conversation, or people will say, you know what? I've been watching you, and I don't know how you do it. And you say one breath at a time, one step at a time.
Yep.
Because when we rush into some things, we rush ahead, if I can say that. I'm going to call out myself. There was one point in my life, I rushed ahead because, you know, it was either said to me or I just knew that it was going to happen tomorrow, or let's just throw it in there for you ladies don't mind. We'll talk about prophetically, you know, this and that, the fourth, the fifth. And they said 7 days. I was on day 10 because I was like 7 is coming, but I'm going to go ahead and get to 10 and they can catch up. So we need to make sure that we begin to really study, read, learn a new word, whatever it is, and put all the things that you want together. Now, they may be just a thought right now. It may be a thought. When she started her book, she probably just kind of had them in bits and pieces. And I can't really speak for you, but I know some people who've done it this way. They were, you know,
yes.
Say that again?
Yeah, you speaking. That's exactly how I had it.
So you had it, and then you realized that you put all these pages together. And then the next thing you know, she had a book. She had her, you know, whoever, herself, her proof reader, and all those that go along with that. So when I wanted to start Warm Lyrics, it really was just something that I remembered my mom when she lived in New York, and how her and my uncles and their friends would go out in New York, and they would have these big chairs that they would sit in. And I said, oh, I can't wait till I get grown so I can go to a place like that. They had the entertainment and they had the food, and they was just having a good time. They weren't waiting till 10 o'clock at night like I did it, but they were doing their thing. And so I began to speak to a friend of mine, and she began to take a pad. All you guys know what these pads look like. These pads and scratch pads and different things. And she began to, we were just talking. And she turned it around to me. She said, okay, when are we going to do this? Because she showed me my words on paper. That was a beginning of the beginning of Warm Lyrics. And here we are 10 years later.
Wow.
10 years later. And the individuals that have come through Warm Lyrics, I'm still getting phone calls today, like I'm sure you ladies are. When are you going to do Warm Lyrics again? And I said, well, we can't gather like we normally do, right? But that doesn't stop me from going forward and preparing for another day and another opportunity to do warm lyrics or for something to birth out of it. You ever started something, but there was still a little something over here that could come out of what you started? As long as you don't get too far ahead, like I did, I learned from that you can say, okay, I started Supreme Works. That was first. Marketing and presentation. Why I went around to different businesses and helped them put with their promotion and learn how to do advertising on radio, TV, print, and those kinds of things. Then from there, warm lyrics began to happen. I still get calls for promotional products to this day. I send them to someone else because I moved on from that. I still understand it, but I have moved on from that. So when you get to a point, ladies, that I've started this business, things are going well. And then I heard both of you say, I build on the positive. So would you agree with me that along the way, while you were building the positive, even though there was some uh-oh moments or, oh my goodness, I'm going to have to rethink that or how I did it, what kept you motivated when those times happened?
Ooh. Well, DG, go ahead. You start. So, what kept you motivated, DG?
I'll say this. It is, I think a lot of us have experienced that, especially this year, where we've had to change some things that may have already been in place. We've had to pivot whatever our businesses are and, plans in our careers. That a lot has changed in 2020. We don't move the way that we used to move. And there are a lot of people that are going through a lot of things. And that's pretty much everybody. All of us have experienced something, whether it's a slight bit of depression, like I can't go and do what I used to do. It's one thing for you to not do something because you don't want to do it. And it's something else for you to not be able to do something because somebody said that you can't do it. That's totally different, right? So in our businesses, we've had to move different and just kind of change and scale different. And one of the things that I've had to do is like, okay, I really don't want to have to make this transition, but there's no expiration date on what it is that we're going through, right? So if it was, okay, COVID's going to be over February the 1st, people can start to feel a little bit better because there's a date on it, right? There's no date. There's no date on it. So therefore, whatever it is that we are thinking and doing and transition into, we really have to tap into our faith. My faith is what keeps me sane. Some days are good. We all go through something, whether it's from a personal level or whether it is from a business perspective. Every day is not a great day. But as my sister friend, Miss Vernita said, every day that we take a breath,
good day.
Inhale, exhale, and I'm gonna go old school like my dad says to me. I woke up above ground, able to take nourishment in my right mind, was able to feed myself and clothe myself. That is what keeps me going. I don't care what happens in the course of a day, right? Tomorrow's gonna be another day. As my grandmother would say, the good Lord willing and the creek don't rise, and I get to see it, right? Tomorrow's gonna be better. But don't wallow in that day thinking that, okay, tomorrow's going to be bad too, or tomorrow I'm going to have a hiccup. My whole week is going to be like that. No, even in the midst of a pandemic, we still have to realize how fortunate we are and how we can move and transition and get over those speed bumps and hurdles that we may encounter.
Well, amen. Amen. My response is really similar, and DG talked about her faith, and so for me, that's number one. When I get like, oh my goodness, now what? I don't know if y'all had those moments, but those oh my goodness, now what moments. I have I guess a rule for me that I allow 15 minutes of rocking back and forth in the same spot. So that's 15 minutes of tears, and I will look at my watch and go, okay. And then I will give myself, you give yourself some praise time. Well, I give myself 15 minutes of wallowing time because I think that's important. I think to expend all that I can in those 15 minutes, and then I hit the ground running. So I do that, and then I pray. So because I feel like if I pray first, then it's almost like a disrespect to pray and then be sad or be confused. So I'm going to get that out of my system so we don't have to have that disagreement, me and my father. And I get that out my system for 15 minutes. And I am very serious about 15 minutes. It lasts no longer than that. And then I just hit the ground running. Fortunately, what I do is work with people in relationships. And so the second thing that really fuels me is to know that I have something valuable to give people because I know that having good relationships make you or helps you to have a better life. It's very difficult to fight with a spouse or a family member and go to work and plaster that smile on. It's done all day long. I get it, but it doesn't make for a great day. Right. And you can make your relationships better. I'm telling you, my life, and I know other people's lives have gotten better. So for me, knowing that I could say or do or help somebody that way fuels me. And I just got to figure out how to do it. And after that 15 minutes of wallowing in that, oh Lord, after that 15 minutes is over, my wheels are turning. I pray and my wheels are turning. I'm like, something is going to happen to tell me which direction to go in. And like you all have had pivot my business was small group workshops in person. Well, guess what? You really can't do that right now, right? So I have moved to virtual, and I found a way to really bring couples in virtually into the workshop. So it's like they're there. So they would get the materials, the workshop materials, and it worked out for the better because now I can serve couples outside of Raleigh, North Carolina. They can be in Germany, right?
That's awesome.
As long as they can speak English, we good.
Right.
So this has been very, I'm not going to say very good, but it's big because it's a learning curve, knowing how to do this whole Zoom thing and talking to the camera, making sure your background is right and your shirt is straight and all this other kind of stuff. I'm still doing that. That's real, right? Your makeup is right. And, it's just a lot.
It's a whole production.
It is a production. It's a production. But once you get it right, then you could just forget all of that other stuff and get right into the workshop and make it happen. So that was a long response to your question, but that's
it's a great response.
That's how I move forward. That's how I move forward.
No, I love it because we have to have these because when we have gone through it, that's how we can speak to something. You ever talk to someone who couldn't speak to it?
Yeah.
But I know you probably have had, people that you may have worked with and they said, well, my friend said this and my friend said that, or my sister said this, or my brother said that. And you may say, well, have they ever been in a relationship, a serious relationship, or have they been married? Well, no. And then you want to say, well, why are you listening to them? Right? Has someone written a book? Has someone written a book? Or I went to this one coach and he or she said this and she said that, and I didn't have any potential and I didn't know what I was doing, and I had to have Felicia, Roger, Tyrone, Kathy, and Larry to be on my team. And I mean, we have to look at them differently. And when I'm speaking with my students, and they say, well, Miss Wilson, I have a bump in the road, which basically means that they've committed a crime or something along the way.
Oh, that's.
And I said, what does that have to do with anything?
She said, oh.
A bump in the road. Now that when we say it in that vernacular, That's what we're talking about in that vein in my students. And I actually have 2 sets, but that's for. But anyway, when we're talking, so what I tell my students is reach up among all the no's and grab you a yes. Because somewhere along the way with all those no's, there is a yes.
Yes.
And we talked about faith a little bit during this first 30 minutes. Faith is important for those of you who have a faith, what can I call it, or a belief, a faith, and where your heart is and where your belief is. Not everybody has that.
Right.
I had the opportunity the other day on Sunday to talk with a young lady, and she said, Miss Wilson, one thing you probably didn't know about me is that all the years you've been knowing me, I was an atheist. And I'm thinking, now wait a minute, we have drug you to church with us. We have gone to all these Christian type programs, and you are right there with us. But what I love is that when I went to my church, who was coming around the corner? It was her. Now she is a believer. Now she's brought her mother to Christ, and her mother brought her mother to Christ.
Wow.
Yes.
And now she's married, and she's a bestseller on Amazon. She wrote her story.
Wow.
Awesome.
So with that being said, somewhere along the way, ladies, we have all put out some seeds.
Oh, yeah.
Right? We planted some seeds along the way. We didn't till it. We may have not watered it, but we put them out there. So when we do that, when we have these conversations like we're doing, and we're trying to push people to think, if nothing else comes out of this conversation tonight, I want you to think about it. Then I want you to meditate on it. And I love Anita said, she said 15 minutes. I usually do 30 minutes because I want it going. I don't want to revisit it anymore. So I may need to pull that back. So we're gonna work on that 15 minutes. But we have to do that. Because what if I wasn't showing some gratitude when I was going to all these people with this person who happens to be an atheist, young girl, beautiful girl. And then I see her at my church. I get excited. I was like, what you doing here? And she said, oh, Lisa invited me. Well, guess what? Lisa is the same person I met 7 years ago when I walked in the door. The same lady.
Wow.
So ladies, when people run into you, we don't know for now why we met. Now we could say, Eric called me and he said, can you do sister talk and so forth and so on. Okay, that's true. But I like to say to people, I don't know where this meeting is going to go. I don't know how we're going to come together and collaborate. But I do know it'll happen. And it's called timing.
Yes.
That's right.
It's called timing.
That's right.
Not my time. Not my time. I can admit to that. And that's another thing. Let's talk about that. Can we admit to when we mess up? When we, I thought, you ever heard this one? I thought God said, okay, all right.
Yeah,
okay.
absolutely.
I'll be like if I put the toes in there. But anyway, what do we learn from our mistakes? To press on. Tomorrow's another day. Like DG said, tomorrow is another day.
Right.
So I want to also talk a little bit about what is happening right now. We know the pandemic is happening. We know that this COVID, this Rona, whatever you want to call it, V19, and of course, a week or so ago was the election, and that's still a little discombobulated. But we have to tell ourselves, our clients, that we're going to press on anyway. My mother used to say, "As I'm gonna go on and see what the end's going to be." That's what that generation did for all three of us. I heard of, all of us kind of reference to something our grandparents or aunt or mom have said. Because of those isms is what we call them. We call them Ruth isms in my family. And that's what my mother's name was and what she said, the isms. And so it is important that what can we do with COVID, with the election? How can we begin to help others know that it's okay if you make a mistake, but you can go on and see what the end's going to be. The thing is not to give up.
Right.
I'm glad I didn't give up. I'm glad DG didn't give up. I'm glad Vanita didn't give up, because we wouldn't be having this conversation.
Right.
It is a reason for everything. So if you don't know where to start with you. Start with a pad and a pen or a pencil, whichever makes it good.
Got mine.
Keep it with you.
Yeah.
Wait, she's got one. She's got one.
I'm taking notes on my phone.
There you go. Technology.
Yes.
Technology. That's another thing that we've all grown. Those of us, and I'll be the first one to say, my friends laugh at me because I say I'm not technology, but I know someone who is.
Right.
And then I can learn, and we've all had to learn. So ladies, I encourage you to keep on, as they would say, keep on keeping on, because it is important. I think we're getting another guest, so we're going to bring them on in, but we'll keep talking. It is important that before we get out of here, hey there, Sandra, how are you?
Hello.
Is she there? Hey, she's probably muted, but that's right. Can you hear us?
I'm not.
She's smiling. I'll take that. Are you there?
I'm not Sandra.
That's
okay.
April.
Oh, you're April. Okay. Sandra name come up in my box. I apologize. How are you, April?
I'm great. How are you?
Welcome
all?
to Sister Talk.
Sorry.
Really good. Really good. Really good. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Before we go any further, I want to make sure, because of our time, I want to go back to the ladies, and then I'll bring you in, April, as well. DG, tell us how someone can get involved with you and how they can find you, and again, the name of your book, because I want to make sure that those who are watching and listening, if they want to get in contact with you, that they can have that information.
Thank you. So to connect, to collaborate, which is what I want to do. I love people. I want to network. And as you say, when outside opens, we will get together. You can find me pretty much everywhere. Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, you name it, LinkedIn. My team has it all over the place. Anyway, it's at DG McGee Motivates for social media. On LinkedIn, it is my name, as you see on the screen. And website is dgmcgee.com. And my book, I have a copy here with me. Finding Your Roar is available on Amazon, hence the lion. The lion goes wherever I go. Amazing read. It talks about my challenges as a African-American female climbing the corporate ladder in a, let's call it a less than diverse, inclusive, and equitable place. So I ended up writing my story. As you say, they were notes. Those notes turned into my book. Never in a million years had I thought about being an author, but I needed to share the story for other little brown girls that look like me, that are in kindergarten and have no idea that they want to climb the corporate ladder or have a seat at the table. I had to share the story so we can break the cycle, so we'll know our value and our worth, and we create our own tables.
Yes.
Yes.
I love it. I love it.
Yeah.
I love that. That's wonderful. I love the title of the book as well. All right, Vanita.
So you can find me on the website, of course, is TRI Team Unlimited, Try Team Unlimited. And that's the same for Facebook and Instagram. I'm not all them other places. Just that's enough. So you can find me there. I will add that we're starting a whole new round of workshops, virtual and in person. So they're hybrid. That's what they're called now, hybrid. Right. workshops starting in January, and our schedule is should be on the website now. They were updating it actually today, but also on the website is a free ebook that I wrote for couples. And when I say intimate couples, I'm talking about romantically intimate couples. I'm talking about parent-child intimate couples, siblings, and it's complicated relationships. So anytime there's some love going on there, that's an intimate couple. And so we do workshops for blended families. We do premarital workshops. We do workshops on self-esteem and emotional intelligence. And one of my favorites is the sex and romance workshop. So we do those types of workshops, and you'll see the schedule there. But the reason why I wrote that, the book is free. It's a free book. It's an ebook called Creating a Safe Space to Be Transparent with Your Partner. Because people always talk about communication is key. Communication is key, and it's true. But if I don't feel comfortable sharing with you, then the key does not work in the lock, okay? So I want people to learn how to be transparent with their partner. And so that's a free book on the website that they can download, and together they can read it. So that's TRI-TEAM, TRI, TRI, teamunlimited.com. And that's where you'll find me.
I love it. Thank you for sharing. Okay, Miss April, tell us a little bit about yourself and what brings you to Sister Talk.
Sure. My name is April Bond. I am a real estate investor, and I call myself not a serial entrepreneur, but a evolving entrepreneur. During the housing crash of 2008, I was in real estate investment and trying to find a way to avoid the pitfalls of the housing crash. So I opened a family care home. And now, since the pandemic, I have 14 rental properties, and 10 weren't paying during the pandemic. So, of course, that affected my income. So I decided to open a cleaning company that specializes in sanitizing, and it's been flourishing ever since. And also, I do business consulting.
Excellent. Very good.
That is awesome. So how do we find you, and tell us the name of the business again?
The name of my business is A New Way Home. You can find me online. My website is anewwayhomenc.com. I flip houses, I wholesale houses, and I am a landlord. So any realm of real estate investment, I can help you with. Also teach a class on how to get started with no money and no credit. So you can always reach out to me there. I have a Facebook, same A New Way Home. On Facebook and Instagram. And also I have YouTube. That's APB, like All Points Bulletin Coaching, where I coach small business and new entrepreneurs on how to get started and build a sturdy foundation for their business.
That's awesome. That's powerful, April, because in this pandemic, and you said that you had 14 properties and 10 were not paying, which affected your income, but you're still standing. And what was it? What was your motivating factor? Because you also said you started out of this, you started a cleaning business. So did you give it 15 minutes? Did you give it 30 minutes before you made a decision? Or did you just say, I got to do something?
I gave it 30 minutes. But I knew a lot of people that were out of work, that were looking for work. And also I saw a need. Sometimes I was getting phone calls when I first started the business, people coming off that 14-day quarantine and didn't want to go back into their homes until it was sanitized. So I saw a need there, and I thought I would fill that void.
Awesome.
That is awesome. Well, thank you. Listen, we definitely need to find you, because listen, I need to bring you over to my office because they say they're not going to sanitize. So that's why I'm working from home. But anyway, anyway. Yeah, we
the name of that business. That business is called Sanitize Cleaning, and you can just Google me. It'll come up.
Sanitize Cleaning. Okay. Mm-hmm. Awesome. Listen, this is so important that we as women can come together. Now, I don't know if you heard us or heard me earlier talking about Lisa, Beverly, Keisha and all of them. I say that somewhat jokingly, but it is important that we don't let people stop us from moving forward. Mm-hmm. And I think all of us can say that we've had a naysayer, whether it was a family member, a coworker, mm-hmm. a loved one, a wannabe. Someone would say, why are you starting that business? Why are you going to write a book? Why are you talking about relationships? Mm-hmm. Well, they don't always need to know the why, as long as you know the why.
Mm-hmm. And
when you know the why, go ahead.
To add on to that, like I said, I do business consulting. A lot of times people come to me and they want my help, but they say, oh, my husband doesn't think I can do this, or some family member or some friend. But I always tell them that they can't visualize themselves doing it. So that's why they can't envision you doing it. Mm-hmm. So sometimes you just have to
that's good.
Yourself. And it's a matter of self-esteem as well, because if you don't see yourself succeeding, you don't see anyone else around you succeeding. So you have to have the self-esteem to know I can go out and I can sell myself and I can get this business started.
Yeah. Yeah. Good. Or you're looking at everybody else and you can't see yourself because you see everybody else. And then you go back home or you get in your car and you say, well, why April doing it? Why DG doing it? Mm-hmm. How's she doing that? And a lot of people, all of us could probably say, you don't know my story, good, right. Bad, or indifferent. Right. What you see, you still don't know my story. I don't care what you heard.
That's right.
Whether that was true or not, you still don't know my story. Mm-hmm. I think it was Mary wrote a song several years ago talking about, listen, I still come home at night and I cry. I still have to get on my knees because it's the God in me. Right. Mm-hmm. Right. And so we don't know they don't know our motivation. They don't know that back in 2007, 2008, when the market and the housing, everything was going, my business was affected. People said, well, you know what? I used to buy, 1,000 t-shirts for you. I think I can afford like 100. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, but you usually get 1,000. So I had to rethink it and rework it. Mm-hmm. And that's why I still get those calls to this day saying, are you still doing X, Y, and Z? Even though I've moved on from it, I know how to refer them to someone else. And sometimes you have to do as a business owner, ladies, and jump in on this one. The question is, have you ever started something and realized that I'm moving on? And I think we touched on it just a little bit earlier, but it's important that our listeners and the people watching us understand how important it is to keep moving. Don't pitch a tent and stay there in the negativity, especially. Right. Can someone just jump in? Anybody?
Well, I can jump in. I'm also a instructor with inmates to entrepreneurs. And that is because I used to be an inmate. So when I first started my business, I had people saying, oh, she went to jail. And, and I said, hey, if you want to keep talking about the past, I don't live there. You can talk to anybody and say a potential client or whatever and say, oh, she used to be locked up. Then I know, and that client moves on that. That's not the client for me. So I don't pitch a tent in my past. I'm moving forward.
Mm-hmm. Awesome. I love it. Yeah, I love it. I love it.
Kudos.
I love it.
Kudos. Ain't that the truth, right? She roaring, y'all.
Yeah.
Yes, she is. Listen, I celebrate you. I had just said something a little bit earlier about a bump in the road. Yeah. To these ladies, I don't know if you're on at that point. And I work with a lot of students. I actually teach women currently, and men as well, but mostly currently women who are incarcerated. Mm-hmm. I love it. Mm-hmm. I love it.
I do too.
And it's important that all of us, we still have to get back. Again, you just heard me say, you don't know my story.
Right.
because you don't know from whence I came and what I had to go through. But Vanita, I know you could talk about relationships when you see couples who you have sat down and worked with and coached along the way and went through different things, and you see them now.
Yeah.
You're like, wow.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's rewarding, but let me not fake the funk on the nasty dunk and just be honest. Every couple that I've worked with doesn't mean that they stayed married forever. But the beautiful thing about that is if they're not together, then but they're still prospering within themselves. So now they're making better choices relationship wise. You know, they're smarter, they know themselves more, they're more aware and less likely to make the same mistake. And then I also key in on them learning from what that relationship taught them, because no matter what, when you're in a relationship that went south, you can learn from that, right? So you can't just badmouth it and say, I wasted my 10 years of life being with this person. No, it's never a waste. You always have to look back and see what it taught you. And I said that before. It's, you know, looking back is so important. I guess the older I get, the more I reflect and look back. And you all do the same in that each of you have talked about, and April, you hadn't had a chance yet, but I'm sure you would talk about what your mama said, what your daddy said, what your, you know, somebody older. So you listen to that. So now you're going to come up in that realm where you're going to be the speaker and somebody is going to say what Sheila said, what DJ said, what April said, right? So those are the things that are real for me. So yeah, I absolutely see couples from marriage retreats that I did many years ago. And some of them they remind me of some of the tools that I taught. And I'm telling you, it just does my heart good just to know that they're together. And then the ones that aren't, they're still happy, right? They're still happy. Right. So that's my answer.
Gotcha.
Awesome.
DG, you want to add to that?
I think she pretty much nailed it, but you know, we all have a responsibility, I feel like, to help others. And just today, I had an intern that I was planning to work with from my alma mater, and no one had coached her, no one had trained her, and she was showing up late to meetings. She was showing up in the meetings with her pajamas on. Yeah. And she wasn't taking notes in the meeting. So the assignments that I was giving her now, she asked me to send her an email to recap everything that I said. Everything that I said, so she could get. I'm sitting here scratching my head. I was like, this is a different era. Like, what's going on right now, right? So today, I scheduled a meeting and I said, hey, this is a coachable moment. I said, forget the internship opportunity. Not forget it as if it's off the table. Forget that we're talking business. I'm your auntie at this moment. And I'm saying this out of love. I'm saying this out of your growth for your career. Okay. I said, just because it's an internship can turn into your dream job. An internship could provide you the coaching that you need to get the dream job. I said, as a minority woman to another minority young woman, right? I have a responsibility to make sure that you show up right when you show up. I said, so we're going to forget that this ever happened. I said, but when it comes to a real job, I need you to dress the part. I need you to be on time, right? And I need you to go above and beyond. Any interview, I need you to have some questions, do some research on the company. So I just straight coach her. I forget the intern. Now I'm auntie and I'm coaching you to prepare for the next, right? So we all have a responsibility to help others in some way, some form. She wasn't my coaching client, but I was like, this can't happen. She's a junior. She only has another year and some change left. I don't want you to show up at a real opportunity because we're in the midst of this pandemic and you're laxed thinking that you can get on a job interview, but you're buying it on. That's not what we're doing. Right now, we have to prepare the legacy, those that come behind us, regardless of whether they're my family or not. If I see you and I encounter you, you are my family. So I have a responsibility to teach you, even though someone else has not taught you. Mm-hmm. So that whole thing happened. It tugged on my heart a little bit, but at the same time, I said, she might not understand it now, but I promise you later she will appreciate it. She may even tell somebody else and return the favor to someone else later. You know, a lady told me once that you need to do X, Y, and Z, blah, blah. I don't even care if she remembers my name, but I can't let you go on and continue in this mode because a real job is coming. And I want you to tell somebody else what I told you and the domino effect and so on and so forth. But yeah.
So listen, I give you a celebrate on that. I really do, because that is key. If we don't reach back and grab someone, it is so important. It is. Listen, people are talking about, I'm going straight to the top, Yeah. Well, here's the thing. There's some steps along the way, and there's some valleys, and there's some curves and all that along the way. So it's great that you can get there, but why are you up there by yourself? Why don't you reach back and get someone so that they can come up? For me, if I pull you up, and even if you go past me, it's still a good day.
Oh, yeah.
It's still a good day. And we as sisters, women of color who work in different environments, I'm still in corporate America as well. We see and we go through things, and we see people come through the door. And we're like, look, you know, how do you tell somebody that's inappropriate to wear that when they come through the door? Right. So we have to find a way when we see, and some people, like you said, if she doesn't remember DG, she can say, this lady once told me.
Yeah.
Like our parents once told us.
Yeah.
Someone once told us. April, I'm sure you can talk about it, because people along the way, when you had your bump in the road, right? People were trying to possibly tell you something. You were like, look, I'm grown. I'm home. I got my big girl underwear on or whatever. I'm going to do what I want to do. But something turned around for you. We have about 2.5 minutes. So I'm going to let you do that up, and we're going to bring Eric up in just a second.
I tell people all the time, going to jail was of my own doing. I don't have parents that lived that life. I never visited jail when I was younger. It was of my own doing. And I have to take accountability, because when I first got out, I was blaming everybody. Oh, if it hadn't been for this, if it hadn't been for that. But once I became accountable for my own actions, everything changed for me. And I was able to do things and see results and be happy that I'm accountable for that. But it was hard at first. It was so hard at first, because being accountable, I think, is one of the most important things that we have to do. And also having integrity and being an entrepreneur. I'm sorry.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, ladies, thank you. I think we're going to bring Eric in. Thank you so much to each one of you. Hand clap, celebration, and much love as well. And I look forward to the next opportunity. And so let's go ahead and bring in the executor here, Mr. Dr., should I say, Eric Kelly III. Hey there, Eric.
Hello, ladies. How y'all doing? You know, wait a minute now. This camera is acting funny. Okay, let's get this. There you go. All the face for a minute. I want to thank you, ladies, for coming. April, thank you for coming on in. You know, I know you was working out and everything, but I wanted you to share your story. I think sometimes one of the challenges that we have is that our young people are not embraced and brought into the fold. You know, one of the reasons that we do the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarships for kids. That's it. A lot of people talk to me about, well, I know you're going to make some money. I know you're going to make some money. And I always say, I make money anyway. I don't need the Expo to make any money. But what I need with people is to join together and look at our kids and look at our young folk and continue to help them. When DG was talking about the girl showing up in her pajamas, you know, in our lifetime, that never would have happened, because that thought wouldn't have came in our head. We wouldn't have even thought that we was going to go somewhere, you know, chilling. Mama wouldn't have let it happen. Brother wouldn't have let it happen. Sister would. Oh, and you know, my grandmama who put the
Medea
drop cord
definitely
on
wouldn't
me
let that happen.
wasn't gonna let that happen.
Mhm.
And so I want to thank all you ladies for being Sister Talk. This is a new series that we're doing with the Business Expo. I found it to be not only rewarding, I found it to be very, 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 very entertaining. That's just my word. I said that
How
for
many
DG.
berries was that? Look, I lost count.
Look. I said that for DG because DG told me, get him out the room.
I know.
Get him out. It's official, right? And so,
Oh, you can hear me.
yes, yeah. And as a matter of fact, one of the reasons that you ladies are here is because she did not want to do it by herself, and I wanted her to do it by herself. And she said, "Well, you know what, Eric? I want to share this moment, and
Let's have
can
a
we
panel.
bring some more people in? And by bringing other people in, you get different ideas, you get different attitudes, but more important, the audience gets something, and that's what the 24-hour network is all about. I'm gonna have to run out of. We got a 7:00. I'm a time guy, so I want to thank you, ladies. Put your information in the chat. I'll make sure everybody gets everybody's information. And again, we'll do this again sometime. Thank you, and bye bye until the next time.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Whatever that means.
Bye, lady.
Thank you so much. You take care.
Thank you.
Yes, indeed, ladies and gentlemen, that was Sister Talk, and we're gonna go right on to our next guest, which is Sherelle. Hey,
Hey,
that I do.
Hello,
Yes,
hello.
I do. What's going on, young man?
Nothing much. How you doing, sir?
Pretty good, pretty good. It's always glad when we have Sherelle in the house. Somebody told me she was the smartest woman on the planet of Earth, and I'm about to believe it because she's been taking good care of the brothers and keeping me from blowing my top. I was just gonna tell the truth.
I believe it. She keeps me in order as well.
I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you, because what has been going on with this expo, you would not believe when you reach out to everybody in the world and you say, look, we're going to create something nobody else did. And then sometimes you have other people in the background who are saying, we don't want to see that to happen because we're not doing it. And I think we as black people got to get past that. If it ain't mine, I'm not going to help. But again, that's not what we're here to talk about this evening, as Sherelle is probably saying. Now, why is he bringing that up? I'm so transparent, so I don't. Look, it's my network. I can say what I want to say. But anyway, thank y'all for coming in. I'm 3 minutes in, and I'm going to be 3 minutes, and I'm going to get out, and I'll see y'all on the next side. And Sherelle, thank you for doing double duty for us this evening. We really appreciate it.
Absolutely.
And last but not least, I like to thank Jimmy of Every Black for making it happen. So all of the speakers are going to be on the platform. I think that was very gracious and kind of him to move his program around to allow us to do what we're doing and to allow for all of the speakers to get all of the networking and all of the other platforms that we plan for everybody, because at the end of the day, no matter what anyone says, it's all about caring for other people more than caring about our individual ideas. You can get me out of here, Jimmy.
Hey, it's Thursday. And I don't know if you know what that means, but it's the More Than I Do podcast, 7 p.m. on Thursday. How are you doing today?
Yes, I am wonderful. How are you today?
I am doing amazing. I am Sherelle.
I'm Derek.
We are your co-hosts for More Than I Do. Now, you may be wondering or thinking, what in the world is More Than I Do? Well, let me just tell you.
More Than I Do is a podcast to help couples or couples in business. Really, that's what it boils down to, couples in business. We've been married 16 years, in business for 9 years, and we just have something to share.
We absolutely have something to say. With 16 years of marriage and 9 years in business, I don't know what we were thinking, but one of the things that we realized is not too many people are talking about couples in business.
Yeah, it's really important, guys, because the reality is marriage is hard just alone. Married and in business, That's something serious.
That's something super, super serious. Now, as we come to you today, let me just tell you something that has to deal with marriage. We're going to talk about it. We talk about a little bit about us and a little bit about marriage, a little bit about business. So I'm just going to say, my lovely husband here, Derek James, you may hear him whispering just a little bit because he's been having a little bit of trouble with his throat. We've been to the doctor twice in 1 week, but there was no way. He said that he was missing the Black Business Expo to be able to bring you expert advice and to be able to share and be a part of this wonderful, wonderful conference that's happening. I think it's more than a conference. I think it's a movement.
Yeah, globally. And, the reality is, guys, we as business owners, all we have is our word. And when we make commitments and we agree to something, we need to do what we agreed upon, even at all costs. Now, yes, medical emergencies and things like this happen, but I'm hoping that my voice can carry enough so you guys can hear, because I wanted to honor the commitment that we decided to do for the Black Business Expo this year.
All right. Well, let's just do just that and honor that commitment. Here we go. So today we want to talk to you about, that word, I do. Do you remember that word 16 years ago?
I remember it like yesterday in that hot church in Georgia.
Oh, yeah. I made him come all the way from up north of North Carolina, 13-hour drive to middle Georgia. Warner Robins. Shout out to Warner Robins.
Yes, my people, I love them down there. They welcomed me, and that's my family. But I must say, my groomsmen were driving, and they called me and said, hey, when will we ever get there? It feels like we're driving to where.
But they got there. We got married, and 16 years later,
hey, we're still rocking and rolling and loving every moment of it.
Still rocking and rolling and loving every moment of it. Look at you. All right, trying to be fancy tonight.
Hey, I use all mediums to get all the brownie points that I can get.
Well, when we walk down the aisle with I do, I'm sure you had a perception of what marriage should be and look like. And I'm sure I had a perception of what marriage should be and look like most people when they get ready to go and get married.
That is 100% true. We go to, a lot of us, especially in the Baptist church, we go through these marriage counseling kind of programs, but they are super surface level, because walking down the aisle, I pictured my wife like my aunties and my aunt, my aunties, my mother and friends in Eastern North Carolina, how I saw them. Yeah. So let me paint the picture, right? Saturday mornings, because I grew up on a farm. I'm a country guy in Eastern North Carolina, right? I saw my aunties, I saw my mother on Saturday mornings. They cleaned the house, they did the laundry, they went grocery shopping, they got their hair done, they got their nails done, and got things set up for the week. Now, my dad, my brother and I, we would do outside chores. We would do the lawn, work on the farm, work in the garage, all that kind of stuff. So that's what I was expecting when I got married.
Now, I'm a military brat, lived all over the world globally, and loved to travel. And the truth is, I grew up as the baby in the house. And the next oldest one, 13 years older than me, was a male. So I hung out with the boys just as well. Whatever they could do, I could do too. And because I was the baby, I didn't have so much to do. So we got married, and of course.
So one of the first Saturdays that I can remember, I remember getting up Saturday morning, and I had in my mind, I'm about to go to the hardware store. I need to get a couple tools because we're in this new house to work in the yard, which I'm really not that great at, but that's what I was going to do. And before I could get the key in the ignition to start the vehicle to leave the house, this one is in the passenger side. And I'm thinking, and I'm looking, and I'm newly married, and I want to say, don't you got something to do? Because my perception of what I remember the wives in the community of where I grew up. I didn't say that at that moment.
Yeah.
We went on to the store, but later that day, I was like, don't you got something to do? Don't you need to clean the house, do the laundry, get things ready for the week? That was a rude awakening for me.
Yeah, definitely a rude awakening for you, rude awakening for me. But what we found out over the 16 years in marriage is we have strengths and weaknesses.
Yeah.
And they're not necessarily along the masculine, feminine line. They're
That's
more
right.
so of what we enjoy to do, what we learned how to do, things that are interest to us and things of that nature.
Yeah, and you got to realize and be mindful that those strengths and weaknesses change over time.
Yeah.
And so it's when people talk about marriage and business and communication, they are 100% right. You have to communicate all the time because things change. For example, she was talking about masculine and feminine lines. When I got laid off, 9 years ago now. Right?
Yeah,
9 years ago when we started the business, I took some time just to reflect on how I wanted to start the business or what I was going to do next. And first, let me give a shout out to this lady right here because she supported me when I wanted to start a business, because I know the women that I was dating before her probably would have been like, hey, you need to get another corporate job. I like those benefits and I like that constant paycheck, you know. So, but what I was saying is during that time, I found out that I actually like to cook. Never really cooked in the marriage on a day-to-day basis and been responsible for it, but I actually like to cook.
Yeah.
And growing up, I didn't have to cook. I mean, let's face it, I grew up in a house with my mother and father, so mom cooked. My dad's mother, my grandmother, God bless her soul, she just passed a few weeks ago. She was next door. I had a grandmother next door,
people, next door,
who cooked breakfast, lunch, and dinner like it was Sunday on Monday and Tuesday and Wednesday. You know where I'm going with this. And not even that. My mother's mother, God rest her soul, she passed the end of last year.
Yeah.
She was less than a mile down the road. I could ride my bike there. So I never had to cook.
Not only did you never have to cook, that's kind of the roles were what they were, during that time. And so you learned how to cook. And what we realize is I'm the one who likes to fix all the stuff in the house. So anything breaks down. A few months ago, he was in the shower and something happened with the shower. It went turned off and he was like, can you go fix the shower, please?
And not to say she can't cook and not to say I couldn't fix that shower,
right,
but she's better at it than I am.
Yeah.
And I will say I'm a better cook than she is.
Much better, yes. Unless I have time. Unless I have a lot of time and I can just prep and play. Yes, you are a much better cook.
We'll get to that on the next segment. I agree to disagree.
So, okay, that's fair. So now when we talk about that, that's remembering kind of going down the aisle and thinking that I'm going to be a certain type of wife. And despite of what we show dating, right? You just automatically think that person's going to flip a switch because they're Mrs. James and Mr. James. Then now you're going to be this totally different person that I fantasized about. So once we got to reality about who we really were and accepted those people, because I don't know who those fantasy people were.
I have no idea.
We decided, like you said, you got laid off. Your job went over to Belgium. And so there wasn't a position here. And instead of looking for another job, you decided, hey, I want to start this business. We had kind of already been started talking about it, had put in some paperwork, but really getting going. And the thing was, hey, well, if you don't know what you want to do, let's just do this till you figure it out. 9 years later.
Yeah. I mean, and to cap that story off, I started the business and I didn't have a kind of clear direction of what I wanted the business to. Well, I kind of knew what I wanted the business to be, but I wasn't building the business the way I wanted it to really be. And so we were making money, we started or whatnot. But then one day out of the blue, she calls me from her job.
Mhm.
And, she's telling me what she likes and not like about the job. And I kind of already knew that we was on a short lease with that job in the first place, right?
It's a good job. I enjoyed it.
It was a great job. But this one here, she's not your office person.
Yeah.
She likes to work and get her work done and then move to the next thing and move
Yeah.
to the next thing.
Yeah.
She's not the person to come to your place of work. And even in our business, she's not the person that comes to work at 8 or 9 and leaves at 4 or 5. That's just not her. And so I knew we were on a short lease with this job. And she said, when are we going to take a chance on us?
I think this is a great place to say to the couples in business, or even if you're not a couple in business and you're watching us tonight or today or replay or whatever it may be, do you remember when you decided to take a chance on yourself? Do you remember when you decided to take that big leap of faith with all the vision that you had, with all the nervousness in your stomach, right? Not knowing everything, but saying, I got to try this. I know that there's something different out there and I want to go in business for myself. Now, I ask you that because I want you to remember that place. 9 years later, we revisit that place often. And we revisit it often, number one, to make sure we're on the right path. And the path changes a little bit here and there, right? It gets clearer as you go along. But the genuine reason why we got into business, why we started business, because with all the things that come with business, it can muddle life, it can muddle just relationship. And if you don't go back and remember the start of why you're doing this and holding that, I think that brings us back together each and every year.
Yeah, it does. It does. And when she asked me that question, guys, my only reply back is, what's the plan? And so looking out there, what is your plan?
Yeah.
People don't tell you this a lot, but you need to start your plan where you want to end. Then that makes every single decision in your business that much easier, because when you're faced with road A or road B, which one is going to get me to the end?
And that could tweak or change a little bit as you go along. So you're going to continue to revisit that. But yeah, you definitely need to know at this point, what's my end, or as far as you can see at that moment, and then, tweak from there. Definitely. So we talked about strengths and weaknesses. So definitely we went down the aisle, I do. And we had different opinions, and then we got to reality. Then we started business together. And I think in the same way of going down the aisle to I do, the second I do we had of saying, yes, let's go into business together, we had, again, opinions or fantasies of what that was going to look like.
Yes, a lot of different opinions and thoughts of what this business is really going to look like and where we're actually going. But
not only that, who was going to do what, or how things were going to happen. Because I think you thought I was going to be your secretary. Well, wait a minute. Let me bring it up, Dave. Administrative duties. Let's bring it up to 2020 term. But it was secretary for real.
Yeah. Hey, I was in corporate America.
Spoiled.
I had admins. I had front desk staff that when I said something, they dropped what they did and they did it. And when they didn't, somebody came to them and said, when Derek gives you something, you need to do it. And so, hey, that's kind of what I was used to. But the reality is, and before the show started, Mr. Kelly said it, he was like, hey, she's keeping us in line. And the reality is she keeps me and our business in line. And so she is the CEO of our company, My Local CFO. Why? Her strength is strategy. That is her strength. That is what she does day in, day out for us and our clientele.
Yeah. Yeah, where your strength is, he's very good with staff. He's very diplomatic. And more diplomatic than I am.
That's a good word during this time that we're in,
Yes,
right? With elections and everything.
Yes, very diplomatic. And the back end of a lot of things, the technical aspects of things, where I can handle operations, he's handling the technical ends of things because that's where his strengths are. And it's not that I can't do what he's doing or he can't do what I'm doing. It's figuring out and being honest and putting pride aside. And I think we both had to do that, is put our pride aside to say, okay, these are the things that you're better at. These are the things that I'm better at. And these are the things that we need to hire for.
That's right. Yeah. Yeah. And so I had to let go the reins and say, I am not 100% in charge. She's driving the vision and I have to go, because we had someone explain what the finish is. So the finish is we've already started. We're taking our company nationwide and even globally. And we're growing it in a systematic way because we believe in entrepreneurship. We're taking some of the things that we learned in our business that can help other people in business, that helps improve their lives, improve their families, and improve their communities. And so we're building the finished product of our business is not a franchise, but something like a licensing. So an individual who's coming out of corporate America in this field can say, hey, I want to go in business for myself, but I don't want to go by myself. And that's what my local CFO is building.
So let me just talk a little bit about my local CFO as you talk about that building, because I think that'll help. My local CFO is a boutique financial firm, and we we partner with CEOs and businesses to help them strategize and understand the back end. A lot of times, you know what I always say? I'm not questioning your product or service. I know it's good. I'm questioning, are you profitable? And we can look at the stats for that and know that majority of the businesses, and especially when we talk about minority and Black businesses, we're not profitable. And what we end up creating for ourselves are jobs and not businesses that we can sell or bring investors in or anything like that. So that's what we do on a daily basis, is partner with business owners, partners with entrepreneurs, to be able to give them the tools that they need on the back end financially to make sure that their financial picture is matching their operational picture. But when we talk about knowing where your end goal is, or at least the goal you want to reach first, we knew coming in that this business was not 100% about us. We knew it was about other entrepreneurs. So we positioned our brand, we positioned our products, everything that we did, our systems and processes, we've made sure that we positioned everything to be able to bring other entrepreneurs in. And we've built a network of entrepreneurs that work with us and for us and alongside of us in that way. So that's kind of going to the end. But that also talks about looking at the strengths and weaknesses that we had, putting that pride aside. Then the other thing that we had to learn quickly as a married couple, and then I think we learned it again in business, is how to agree
to disagree. And
sometimes agreement means to disagree.
That's right. That's right.
It's not always agree to agree, but sometimes we agree to disagree.
Yeah. You know, my way is not always the right way. And I think everybody can attest to that. Your way is not always the right way. But at some form, you have to have some agreement to move forward.
Yeah.
Anytime I talk about agreement, one of my favorite stories in the Bible is when they were building the Tower of Babel. These people was in so much agreement, they thought they could build a tower
up to
God.
Yeah.
Think about how powerful that is.
And they were well on their way.
Yeah. Think about how powerful that is when you have agreement.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so whenever we aren't agreeing, sometimes we have to agree to disagree to move forward.
Yeah. Yeah. And in marriage, that comes in a lot of different ways. You know, it could be when's the time to buy something? That's big, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Recently, I'll tell you something that happened recently. My husband just plops down and he could work anywhere. He could work anywhere. And he had taken over the dining room, the living room, the den, the kitchen. It was just, we have one office, and usually we work well with that one office, right?
Yeah, usually, guys, the one office works because one thing during the times that we're in COVID, we were already virtual.
Yeah.
We went to our clients' offices to work because typically a lot of our clients have offices that we can work in. And so
everybody has a finance office.
Everybody has a finance office,
Yes.
right? And so we had one office in our home and it worked great for both of us, right? Until both of you are home 24/7.
Right.
And so, yes, I developed a pattern where I will work here for a little while, I'll work there and I had just papers and folders strung everywhere.
And there's nobody, luckily we don't have kids or anything in the house. So it was just me and him.
Just me.
And so he was growing. His area kept growing day by day. And so I determined that I was going to create him an office because he is worthy of a space that he can call his own. That's out of love for him. That's being his wife. And that's one, keeping my house together. I think it's all of that in a bow, right?
All that in a bow. And think about it now. I'm a finance guy. Hey, while we're spending, we don't need to spend that. We don't need to invest in that right now. We can hold off.
Yes.
But go ahead.
So I, being the strategist and visionary, and sometimes your spouse doesn't come along right away, and that's okay. That's when you have agreement to disagree, right? But you are in the agreement to disagree. You also agree on where you're moving forward. So it's not like agreement to disagree and it's total disagreement
Right.
and there's a stalemate and I'm just going to do it anyway. It's agreement to disagree because I don't agree that we need to spend that money, but clearly you have a plan and I've seen your vision go forth before. So I'm just going to stand back and be okay.
Yes.
So with that being said, I told him we're going to spend some money on this office. So just be ready because we're going to spend money.
And when she gets her mind on something, she's moved. She gave me fair warning
And a budget.
She said, this is the budget and I'm going to have it done by this date.
Yes. And it was done by that date in budget. And every day that I talk to him, he say, thank you so much for my office. Thank you so much for my office. And I don't say this to pick at him. And he knows that I'm not picking at him. But I say it because sometimes the visionary of the couple can have the vision and the other person may not have the vision. So you agree to disagree, but to move forward in the best interest of the home or the business or whatever it may be, the children or whatever it may be in that way.
That's right. Because the reality is if both of us had the same exact vision, we would be the same person. We're not the same person.
Not at all. I wouldn't want to marry me.
Right. I definitely.
I mean, I love me. Don't get me wrong. I love me.
I love me too, but I do not want to marry me.
I like that there's some differences, right? Because it helps us complement each other.
Yeah. Yeah. And think about it this way, guys. You got married to your spouse. You decided to go in business with your spouse. Don't you trust them?
You should. If you don't trust them, you shouldn't be married and you shouldn't be in business.
That's right.
Like, okay, let me just say this. If you don't trust them, you should not be married and you should not be in business. That's right. Because trust is the first thing in marriage. And I'm not saying things happen and things, but then you agree to forgive for whatever, for those relationships that have had those things happen and move past that. And you still have to have that trust. If you don't have the trust, what are you building on?
That's right.
Yeah. What is that foundation built upon?
If you don't trust the person that you're in business with or who you're married with, you're just constantly drifting apart.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's really the truth of that.
And that means that communication may need to be had. And that's just in marriage and in business. You have to talk to each other. You have to communicate and let each other know when something's happening or something's going on or you feel a certain type of way. And as mature adults, we should be able to have those conversations.
Yeah, even hard conversations Yeah, because a lot of times you don't have the hard conversations, and you just create that big elephant in the room, and then it takes one small thing and it's a huge blow up or something. Have the hard conversations. You'll be better on the other side for them.
I call them growing pains.
Mhm.
Because they hurt. They
Yeah.
definitely hurt
They
during the
hurt.
time that you're having the conversations. But they help you grow together. They help you understand each other. And then it's the other person's decision to listen and to try to be better or do differently. And it's your decision to listen and try to be better and do differently, and not just continue to be the same and do the same and things of that nature.
That's right.
Which leads me to something that we actually talked about today. Earlier today, he was laying down and, some things that he needed to do. And I was like, don't worry about it. I got it. I'll take care of it. And you said to me,
it's not always 50-50, is it?
absolutely.
Yeah.
It's not always 50-50, is it? And, for a long time, I'm usually the one. He's never sick. Like this right here, at 16 years, nothing has ever happened to this man, ever. If there's a hospital visit or a doctor's visit or anything, it's me. And so I know that this is a hard place for him to be in. But at the end of the day, the truth is everything's not 50-50. And a lot of times this is where we've had a lot of couples have arguments, whether in marriage or business, because it's like, well, I'm doing this and he's not doing this, or I'm doing this and she's not doing that. And it's like everything's not 50-50 all the time.
No, it's not. It's not. And the reality is, it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. But I come from the background again. I'm a country guy. I was grown up as the man is the provider. The man gets up and he goes to work every single day, whether he hates the job or not. Right?
Yeah.
He just puts his head down and plow through. And it's something about laying in the bed that makes me feel like I am less of a man. But why?
Mm-hmm.
Perception in my mind, guys,
Mm-hmm.
because the reality is the business is still going. I got a partner who's 100% capable of running it, where I could go away for a month and the business should still go.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And your body needs to recharge.
Yeah.
I think that we have been sold a bad bag of goods to say that you have to constantly go, and not get the sleep that you need, and not eat properly the way that you need to eat. If your health is not there, then guess what? You're not going to be there, which means your business is not going to be there. That's right. Inevitably. So you've got to take care of you. And what we find is when we do rest, we don't know what this is. This is not coming from our rest, but when we do rest, we have such clarity. We have more energy. And so that means that tasks that have taken us hours to do, it takes less time because we've got that energy or that clarity in our mind to be able to move forward and make decisions and see things and for what they are and that type of thing. Mm-hmm. So definitely health is like a number one thing that you have to have with your spouse, and you got to help each other out with that. But 50-50 means that he cooks all the time, but he doesn't cook healthy. He cooks good. That's what he cooks. He cooks good, but doesn't mean it's healthy. So 50-50 is maybe I'm the one that inserts all the healthy stuff, and because maybe that's my part. 50-50 means that, and we just talked about this probably a couple of years ago. We had this conversation, and ever since we've been pretty good, but you were a little salty with me because he was really salty with me and kind of told me off because every time we go anywhere, what happens?
I don't know.
You don't know what happened? You don't want to talk about it? It's bringing up too many feelings.
I'm going to let you finish that story. Go ahead. You finish that story.
So I don't drive most of the time when we go places.
I knew it.
And I don't drive because that's not where I'm best served. So in a 50-50 relationship, which would mean I have to drive 50% of the time. But here's the catcher here. When I drive, he gets nauseous. So that means 50% of the time that I drive, he would be nauseous and sick.
Okay. All right. I wanted you to finish that.
Yeah.
But the reality is I can't say I'm a better driver. I'm a better driver.
Who's a better driver?
I started driving tractors at a very, very young
Well,
age.
here we go.
So,
Here we go.
it makes me more of a professional driver.
You have professional training.
I had professional training. But this one, she used to drive up and down the road a lot
I'm a traveler.
when before we dated and when I knew her in college. She used to be on the road all the time. So I said, okay, yeah, you should drive sometime. But as she said, she's more productive in the passenger seat. And let me be 100% transparent and honest. I'm not productive in the passenger seat. When I'm in the passenger seat, I'm looking around, I'm seeing where we are, I'm looking, changing the radio. When she's in the passenger seat, she's sending emails, she's Googling things. She can find us the restaurant we're looking for and get the map up and ready. She's a beast in the passenger seat. And so I had to come to the realization my job is to drive.
Mm-hmm.
I must drive and she must be the passenger because she's better at it. She gets work. She's sending my emails, her emails, and
phone calls.
And I mean, it was funny how she did it, guys. She got in the driver's seat, and as soon as she started driving, she asked me to do like 100 things.
I did not ask you to do 100 things.
I was struggling typing the email. I was struggling trying to find a place on the map and setting the map quest, whatever. I think she did that on purpose, but I learned my lesson.
All part of a good plan, strategy,
salty,
vision.
Salty.
You're still salty. So you agree to disagree, so you drive anyway. Is that what you're saying?
Because it's my strength.
It's your strength. I love it. I love it. I love it. So the same thing in business. What we learned in business is that there are certain things that he needs to take care of, certain things I need to take care of. Why? Because in business, you should have process and systems. So us traveling, that's our process or our system for him to drive and for me to be in the passenger seat taking care of all the other things that need to happen. The same thing happens in business. What are the process and systems? So I'll give you an example of something that kind of, I know when we don't follow this process, it usually is a bad thing.
Okay.
So there's certain clients that I deal with. So if it's about strategy, operation, vision, those types of things that we're trying to get through, because even though we're a financial firm, we look at the whole business. Numbers tell us the truth. So numbers don't lie, people do. That's our philosophy.
And everything in your business, tangible and intangible, has a figure or dollar amount assigned to it.
Yes.
So therefore, we have to understand the entire business because everything costs. Your employees cost, and everything you have has some sort of risk that can affect your bottom line as well. Because an employee being disgruntled, causing a labor claim and a labor audit, and if things aren't in place like they're supposed to be, you're paying something that's
100%.
gonna affect your bottom line.
100%. No, you're right. So he deals with more technical things, compliance side of things, payroll issues, tax issues, audits when we're dealing with auditors, things of that nature. So he's dealing with more of the technical things that I talked about earlier. I'm more on the operational side. He's more on the technical side. So if I engage a client for technical things, or if they just know me and they happen to come to me and say, hey, I need your help. I want to secure your company. Totally fine for me to have that conversation with them first. But the next thing that I should do is say, great, let me send you over to this department, not try to take care of it myself, because I don't know the process and systems for that area or that department. Same with billing. Let me send that over to billing because I don't take care of billing. He doesn't take care of billing. We got somebody that takes care of billing. Then let them handle it, because if you're waiting on me, you may not get paid, or you may not get the things that you need, the documents that you need, or anything, because I'm out of order. I have now changed the system or the process that's been put in place.
Yeah, and she's right. When we get out of order and don't follow process, something like what we had to deal with today, it took both of our times, and now both of us are working on something that only one of us should have to be working on, and it causes out of order.
Causes things to be out of order. Same in the house. You don't think about it as systems or processes that you have in the house, but I'm sure you do. There's someone that gets up in the morning and puts breakfast on for the kids and gets them dressed and gets them out the house. And there may be a tag team effort there, but there's definitely certain things that one does and certain things that the other one does, right? As you guys are moving along. And as soon as somebody tries to get over into that other lane, chaos.
Chaos.
Absolute chaos.
Chaos. So yeah, she says that, and it reminds me of a speech that I gave in a church one time. Get in line.
Yeah.
You've been getting in line since kindergarten. Get in line and follow the process.
Follow the process. And if you don't have any and you're having chaos right now, it's because you need to stop and look and figure out processes for the home, processes for the office, so that there's not chaotic and you're not always trying to put out burning fires, but you're actually being proactive rather than reactive. And that's a big thing. That's a big thing that we had to learn together, how to be proactive rather than being reactive.
Yeah, she's a very proactive person. And while I'm somewhat proactive, I thrive in reactive because something happens, I am a fixer. I can fix something just like this. You got a problem, I can fix it. But she's right. We shouldn't always be in a reactive mode. If you are more proactive, you have less fires that you have to react to.
Which means that you're controlling more of your time, more of your resources, more of your energy. And you can put that time, resource, energy, and money to something that you may enjoy or may want. I really thought about it because this is going back to just agreeing to disagree or understanding each other. As we talk about being proactive or reactive, for so many years, that was a place. Okay, so he's salty about driving. For so many years, my saltiness was about him being non-proactive. And what I realized is when I stopped and I put myself in his shoes, not in my shoes and not what I know, because we just talked about I'm not always right. He's not always right. What I realized is, well, his profession, he is an accountant by trade. His degrees are accountant. His jobs were accountant jobs. And then he grew his way up, to be a global controller. But by trade, when you're thinking about accountant, those are reactive. That's a reactive job. Because it's after people do whatever they're going to do that you then get the information and do what you need to do. So I had to put myself in his shoes to understand, again, fantasy versus reality, taking the person who's in front of you, loving them for who they are and what they are, but then finding other ways to convey proactivity, being proactive, so that he understood sometimes being reactive is great. Accounting, it works. That's where you need to be reactive. But there's also, that's only a level of accounting. There's other finance things that need to happen where you have to put on your proactive hat. And I think that's where
the little bit of proactiveness that I have comes. Setting budgets and forecasting.
Yeah.
You're being proactive about where you're taking your business.
Where you're going, not just where you've been or where you are today,
but
where you're
going.
going. Yeah.
Where you're going.
So I think lastly, the thing that we can talk about is just where are you going? I think a lot of times couples don't have the conversation as a family. Where are we going? Who are we? What are we doing? And what's our goals as a family? And then as a business, sometimes we get so busy of running in the business, right? Depending on what stage you are in business, that you don't take that time or feel like I can't take time to actually work on the business rather than in the business. And that working on the business actually makes working in the business so much easier because it has a clear where you're going.
Yeah, it gets you off the hamster wheel, because if you're working 100% in the business, you really created a job, and you're going to look up and you're going to say, hey, I'm ready to retire and do something. But all the knowledge, all the process and systems is up here in your head because you've been working in the business. You have to stop and work on the business so that you can have something that you can sell or actually pass down to generations or things of that nature. Or again, the business will stop when you stop.
And that's just sad because you worked so hard for so many years and there was no plan there, no succession plan for the business. And then we see a lot of times couples have no benefits, 401ks, anything set aside for themselves because they were so busy working in the business that they didn't set things aside for themselves when it came to wealth.
Yeah, that's right.
So now the next generation is almost starting over from scratch.
Just like you did.
Just like you did, because there was no plans, nothing set aside. We'll quickly give kind of what we call our system of organized money, of how we kind of think it helps. It's a cyclical system that we use personally as a couple, and then in our business and with other businesses. And that's organized money.
Organized money. Which side are you taking? You're taking the personal.
I'm gonna let you choose.
Okay, I'm gonna do the business side.
Well, you go for it. You do business. You got it, babe.
So organized money. The first step is the business must pay for itself. What we mean by that is the business it just has to pay for itself. The money that it brings in and the money that it spends. That's it. It must pay for itself. If you're constantly coming out of your personal money to put into the business, to run the business, you do not have a business. You have a hobby. And some hobbies can get expensive. So yes, business must pay for itself on the personal side.
So personal side, number one would be that you are able to take care of your needs. Your basic needs. And we know that there are some people right now not able to take care of their basic needs. So how do we figure out to make enough money to do things, start a business, or grow your business in a way that you are taking care of basic needs? Do you know the stat is that small business owners provide half the labor force for the U.S., half the labor force. I want to be very clear. That means that people are going home and they are being able to provide for their families, but business owners are having to have second income somewhere to be able to provide for their families. That's an official stat.
Yeah.
And so basic needs, we want to make sure that you're able to take care of basic needs. Now let's get clear about basic needs, what that is, like roof, shelter, food, water, clothing, yes. That type of thing.
It's not going to the movies and getting your hair done.
Not yet.
And stuff
No.
that. No.
Okay. Basic needs. Go ahead.
All right. So the next stage of organized money on the business side and personal side is the business must pay the owner. It has to pay the owner as the owner of the business, not as a laborer in the business. So when we talk about business owner has multiple hats, sure, okay, yeah, you do. So you might be the fulfiller of the contract or the agreement right now. So yes, you're the owner and you're fulfilling. You should get paid for that right there. And the business must pay for itself. But it should be enough money in that rate that you get paid as an owner as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So as a laborer and the owner,
if
you have to be the laborer,
if you have to be the laborer, that's right.
So then, not the business, but personally, you have to be able to take care of small wants and bigger needs. So this is where we talk about maybe the hair, or when it starts back going to the movies, or taking the kids for a small vacation or something like that. Small wants, but then your bigger needs that you may have, you're able to take care of those.
Yeah. So the third step is the business must save. No, nothing around that. The business just must save, because the reality is a rainy day is always coming.
2020 taught us that.
I've been on this earth, how many years? 46 years. A rainy day is coming.
Absolutely.
And so your business needs savings to allow you to continue to stay on your path, so that when that rain finishes, you can get back to business.
100%. And not only does it need to save in your business, personally, you need to save.
Yeah.
Because there's not just a rainy day coming in your business.
Air conditioner is going to give out.
Oh my gosh. A washing machine, a dryer, a refrigerator. Can you tell what's been going on over here lately? A roof is going to be needed. A deck is going to be needed.
Yeah.
Kids are going to grow out of their clothes all of a sudden and be high water this much. You know, it's going to happen. It's going to happen. Those rainy days are coming. And so you're going to want to be able to save for those things. Yeah. And lastly,
your business must invest. It must invest in itself. I'm not talking investing in stocks and bonds. It must invest in systems and processes to sustain the growth of your organization. So the business must invest in itself.
Mm-hmm. Systems, processes, and support.
And support. That's right. Because you're going to want to hire people. You're going to want to hire laborers. And eventually you're going to want to hire managers. Mm-hmm. And if you grow, you're going to have to grow into district managers, regional managers, things like that. That's how organizations start.
Yeah. Yeah. And on the personal side, it's the same thing. Invest. Now, you may have a business on the side, not a business, a job on the side or something like that. And so you may be putting into a 401k or IRA or something like that. Okay, that's great. But can you put more into your 401k? Can you max it out? Are you able to invest in other things? You know, this system that we're telling you is very cyclical. So that means that as you continue to grow, as your business grows, as you grow personally, as you add to your family, as you add to your business, you've got to go back through each one of these things. So investing could be, at the end of the day, investing in real estate, or from a business side, mergers and acquisitions.
That's right. I think that's something that we really don't look at in growing our business, especially in this culture.
Yeah.
We don't look to acquire similar businesses. Why couldn't you acquire a similar business and then bring your culture and your systems and make that business even better? Mm-hmm. Or merger and collaborations? Mm-hmm. Because there's a lot of people who are in business and they're not really happy in business, mm-hmm. but they're in the same market that you're in. Figure out a way that you guys kind of merge together, whether it's 100% merger or whatever the percentage is.
Some type of split
to grow your organization, because once you grow, you become stronger.
Yeah.
When you grow, you can do more for yourselves. You can do more for your community. It just makes sense.
You know, I love what you said at the end. When you come together, you can grow and become stronger and do more. And that's really what marriage is about. That's about being married and in business is about, right. Is coming together, because you get to cheat the system. You know, most people start out business by themselves. That's but right. When you're a couple and you go into business, you're actually cheating the system because there's two of y'all. That's so right. That means that the load can be split. You can grow stronger. You can go faster. You could be more efficient. And you have someone who's walking alongside of you on that road.
Yep, exactly.
Thank you for walking alongside of me on the road.
Hey, thank you. I appreciate it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I love the fact that sometimes he just stops by my desk and says, I'm tired of my colleague. I need to spend some time with my spouse.
That's right. Brownie points whenever I can get them, guys.
You're so funny. Well, let me just tell you, this has been the More Than I Do podcast with
Derek and Sherelle.
Derek and Sherelle, we have enjoyed our time of special takeover on the Black Business Expo USA. We have so enjoyed ourselves. If you want to plug into us, our website is morethanIdo.life. LIFE, morethanIdo.life. There you can find out more about us, more about our podcast. We're getting ready to head into season 2. It will be on Thursdays, just like today, Thursdays at 7 o'clock. More importantly, you can go there if you're a couple in business and you like to be on our podcast. You can go there and sign up. You can also go there and sign up just to get information and emails. We don't spam, but we do like to keep you kind of in the loop of what's happening and what's going on. Mm-hmm. You got anything else to say about that?
No, just make sure you go and sign up and subscribe, guys.
100%.
And I want to thank the Black Business Expo for allowing us to take over we hope that you are able to glean something from what we said that will make your business and your relationship better and stronger.
100%. 100%. Now, I want to take this time to just talk a little bit about the Black Business Expo initiative. You know, we've been fortunate to be college graduates and have people in our corner to make sure that we got through college, whether it was to eat or we needed gas money or whatever it may be. I remember I had my growth spurt in college. Like I woke up one morning and I was like, this much was missing from my pants.
Yeah. No, my favorite story in college, my grandmother called me one day, and that day I just happened to be hungry because I didn't make the calf, but I was probably about to get in my car and go grab something. But she said, "How you doing?" I said, "Well, I'm hungry." The next time I was home, this woman bought me a microwave.
She's gonna make sure her baby's not hungry. But in that same essence, one of the things I love that the Black Business Expo is doing is there are students who are going to college. They have been accepted to college, but they may need a little bit of help, whether it's laptops or scholarships. So if you're watching this, I want you to go to the Black Business Expo and donate. Please donate for students, college students, young college students to be able to go. We're all not fortunate for our parents to just send us and give us everything that we need. Some of us need help. As a matter of fact, let me just say, all of us need help, just in different ways. And for this is just a help to get them to a place to be able to get some education, get good jobs, or start new businesses. You never know. That scientists, lawyers, doctors, who knows what they could invent or what could happen.
That's right. That's right. Education is key. And so, like she said, make sure you follow the Black Business Expo and donate.
Absolutely. And so I guess we're going to bring up Mr. Eric Kelly, or Dr. Kelly, excuse me. We've so enjoyed. Thank you again. This is Derek and Sherelle with More Than I Do. Podcast at morethanIdo.life. All right, Dr. Kelly.
Well, you know what? I'm not a married man. I'm a single Black man in America, and I love every moment of it. But I've had just a joy watching y'all being in love and being a team. And I always talk about team members. And Derek, voice about gone, and you still showed up. And that's something a lot of times when I talk about commitment all the time, and I've been talking all week, and I talk about people who are committed to what they're going to do, irregardless of what they want to do. When you give your word, you do what you say you're going to do. And I want to tell you personally, my brother, thank you for sharing your wife during this time, because I calls her, and I know you be like, what does he want now? I know didn't you just talk to him? I know you just talked to him. He's calling you again. What does that Black man want? And I appreciate you that for allowing me to call her and get her ear. She's been a joy to work with. She shared with me some things to help me mature through this process, because like I said before, sometimes when you're doing things, you need other people. And I believe in team. You need other people to help you. And we were going through a little rough time here. They talked about bumps in the road. Yeah. I believe that you're always going to have some bumps in the road. Nothing is going to be always smooth. But what is key is understanding how to work through those bumps. And it takes some maturity. It takes some patience. And with you guys, it looks to me that y'all got the great patience. And y'all remind me of my great grandma, my great granddaddy, the way y'all was talking. He was a cussing man, and she was just loved it. And she was a church going woman, and he was a cussing man, but it just worked, And so and the takeover, y'all can take over anytime. I'm gonna tell you what I've been working toward doing with the Black Business Expo. This is what I want it to be. I want the network to be. We don't see you guys. If you understand what I'm saying, we see rappers, we see basketball players, we see everything else. But the one thing we don't see on no networks is real life family. And when Bill Cosby was America's dad, he had to go to prison. He couldn't stay and be America's dad. And when our young people are able to see people or couples like you, it gives them hope. It gives them hope that they can find somebody in their lives and build a family. And again, I want to thank you. And I know Sherelle is getting ready to do the mastermind piece. We do the mastermind piece. I don't know if you're gonna stay in, but I know what I'm gonna do. I've been here all day. I'm gonna fold up this coat, and I told Sherelle, I said, at least they think I just got a coat. I got on the whole suit. But I'm gonna fold up this coat. I'm gonna get off. I'm gonna get ready for in the morning, and I'm gonna say to everybody that's listening, don't touch this dial. It's a 24-hour deal. We are making history. No matter if anybody starts to do this after us, we already know nobody has ever done a Black business network for 24 hours. We've done 4 days of 24 hours, and we're going to 7. And then I'm going to replay it as long as they allow me to replay it for 4 more months. So the information that you're getting here tonight and the information you've been getting the whole time, you're going to get it for 4 more months. And after those 4 months, I'm coming back with 84 more speakers to show this world that black folk are more than rappers and singers and dancers. Our fabric is just as big as any fabric on the planet. And that's 8:01, so I know Mastermind starts at 8, and I tell people all the time, I'm a time guy. I may not act like it, but I'm a time guy. So I'm going to get out of here. Sherelle, y'all can close it out. And then, Sherelle, go into your Mastermind segment, and goodbye.
All right. Have a good night, Dr. Kelly.
And I'm sorry. And also, thank you for talking about the scholarships, because that's why we do it. That's why the network is created. And we want people out there to understand we do need you to support the cause. Yes. And this cause is a bigger cause than all of us, because I went to school on art scholarship, and look at me now. I flunked 5th grade, y'all. I ain't got no problem. I flunked 5th grade, and it was not that I flunked 5th grade and I was dumb. I just went to school and drew and ate every day. And when I realized that drawing and eating every day was not going to cut it, I said, I'm going to graduate the rest of the way. And the rest is history. So thank you again, and good night.
All right. Have a good night. Take care. All right, guys, you heard it here. It's been the More Than I Do podcast. We're going to transition really quickly, and I will be back with you in 2 minutes to talk about a profit strategy mindset. I look forward to talking with you very, very soon. Take care. Thank you for coming and joining us. And as you know, I just shifted from one meeting to the other. So here we go. All right. My name is Sherelle James, and I am with My Local CFO. I am a managing partner and co-founder. And I'm with you today, right now, to talk about a profit strategy mindset. Now, if you just left the More Than I Do podcast, we kind of got started with that as we talked about organized money, but I'm going to go into a little bit more depth. And before we even get to going into organized money more, I just want to tell you a little bit more about what a profit strategy mindset is. You know, the truth is, when we look at how we live our life, the question for you is, are you living? Are you existing? Or are you surviving? Now, we're all meant to live life to its fullest, but a lot of us are existing and surviving. And so this is where a profit strategy mindset comes in, because it's not about money. It's not just about money. It's actually about a way of living, a way of life. Now, let me ask you this. If you think about it, you look around where you are right now, what do you see? What do you see? Everything that you see has a cost. Yes, every single thing that you see has a cost. And not only does it have a cost, even me, glasses, lipstick, hair, clothing, yeah, you have a cost too. But we don't think about this. So let me ask you this. How often do you think about where actually your money is going? Or do you just do what I call swipe or don't swipe? You just swipe. Oh, that's just $2. Oh, that's just $5. Oh, that's just $10. And then you look later and say, well, where did all my money go? You know, the other thing that happens is that we constantly say, I need more money. I need more money. I need more money. So we begin to get on this wheel where we work harder and more hours and longer. But for some reason, we still need more money, Well, I'm going to let you in on a little secret here. You'll never catch money. When we're running after money, we'll never catch it. Never, ever catch it. So the trick is to have money running after us. You heard me right. You know, it's a concept that I talked to my husband about, and I said, well, what would you do if money started chasing you rather than you chasing money? He said, I would just stop. Exactly, I said. Exactly. That's the point. If we can get money to start chasing us, not only can we start living the lives that we're meant to live, going after our dreams and actually obtaining them, not being stressed, having good health, eating well, having the time that we desire. When I talk about time, people tell me all the time, well, my time is free. My love and my time is free. It costs me nothing. And my question to them is, but can you give it as freely as you want to? Or can you only give it in increments because you have to go off to then chase money, to then find some other resources? Then it's not as free as you think it is, because you're not giving it in the way that you want to give it. That's why we want money to chase us and not us to chase money. Now, I'm not saying that money is everything. I'm not saying that. So don't get me wrong. When I talk about profit strategy, yes, we look at the bottom line, we look at the dollars. But for me, profit is, how are you profiting in your life? Are you living the lifestyle that you want to live? And that doesn't mean it has to be all glamorous and champagne and jets. And I'm not talking that. I'm saying, are you living the life that you want to live? You know, it's funny to me that one day we were coming from getting something to eat, and my husband said to me, he said, babe, do you need anything else? And he always asks me this all the time when we're driving. Or do you need anything else? And my answer to him was, I don't need a thing. I don't want a thing. I don't need a thing. And it was the first time that I had to stop and say, wait a minute. That's a good feeling. I don't need anything and I don't want anything. Now, do I have dreams or desires or things? Of course, we all do. But in that moment, I was content, happy, and didn't need anything else. Notice I didn't say complacent. I said content. Content with where I was, content with everything that I had, content with being able to spend time and enjoy him go out to eat and not have to worry how we're going to afford it and not have to worry where we have to go to eat so that we can afford it. And I remember a time that I said, there's a picture of me in college, as a matter of fact. But we were at a table in Applebee's and it was all of my sorority sisters and we were sitting there and we had eaten, and they have a picture of me counting coins and people bringing other coins so that I could pay for my meal. Because the whole time I was eating, I'm trying to figure out, how in the world am I going to pay for this? Where's this money going to come from? And of course, my sorority sisters, my sorors, they didn't, you know, we were all in college. So we were all gathering shade at that time, but they didn't leave me hanging. But the thing was, there's a time and a place for that. Like the Bible says, there's a time and a season for everything. When is the season to live? Now, let's get into this profit strategy mindset a little bit more. The first thing is understanding and knowing where every dollar is coming in. Have you counted every dollar coming in? A lot of times people tell me that they don't have enough to do X, Y, and Z. But when we actually sit down and count every dollar coming in, a lot of times they do. Or there are more. They have more than what they thought they had. Counting the cost. What is everything that's going out? You know those things you have on auto draft, or that trial you signed up for and all of a sudden you forgot about it and it's still charging every month? That's $10 going, $20 going out of your account every month. Now let's just do the math on this. Just say it was $10 for a year. It's $120. What else could that $120 been spent on? Now, $10 a month may not feel or look like anything, right? You may not even miss it that much. That's why it's continuously on autopilot and going out, and you haven't even gone back to it after the trial. You barely went through the whole trial. But when you look at it collectively, that's $120. What could you have done with the $120? Could have been a bill, could have been part of a vacation fund, could have been something fun for the kids or you and your significant other going on a nice meal. You get where I'm going? It becomes a mindset and a lifestyle of understanding what's coming in and what's going out. Now, once we understand those two things, we can now understand, what do we have left? And I know it's some of you out there. I hear you. Some of you are saying, what's left? I am negative. That's what's left. More month than money. Totally get it. This is not to make anybody feel bad. This is not to make you look at your circumstance and just think that it's hopeless. It's actually, I'm having this conversation with you because I want you to be empowered to know that wherever you are today, whatever your goals are, you don't have to be there a year from now. Now, I'm not saying if you start with these strategies that tomorrow you're going to be where you want to be, but eventually over time, you'll get to where you want to be in life. You know, the truth is, every decision that we make brings us further away or closer to our goals. But a lot of times I find that people don't have goals. They don't know what they're working for. They've said so many times, I need more money, I need more money, I need more money. But for what? So my number one thing to you is make it tangible. Make sure that each dollar has a name. Where does that dollar go? And then make your goals tangible. What are we working towards? What are we needing more money for? This is whether you're in business or personal. It works the same way. What do you need money for? Now, I've heard this more so in COVID time. And, you know, I probably got in trouble on a lot of webinars, a lot of government webinars. Oh my gosh, my name might be on the list. Because people are constantly saying, I need more money. And I'm constantly asking, do you know what you're going to use that money for? And most of the time, they have no idea. They just know if I had more money, I could be in a better position. The same with when you have a job. If I get a raise, I could do more. But what happens is the more money we tend to get, the more our lifestyle tends to grow. Say that again. The more money we tend to get, the more our lifestyle tends to grow. Not necessarily, it should not grow at the same rate. That should not be happening. And the same thing happens in your business. More money comes in, but because you're now seeing more zeros in the bank account than you've ever seen before, you're trying to find ways to spend it. Try to find things to do with it that may not be the right things to do. You know, as you continue to grow your income, now we need to look at what does that money need to be spent on? And we want to spend it on things that gives us return on investments. ROI is what it's called in the corporate world. That means if I put my money out, not only am I going to get it back, but I'm going to get something bigger than what I put out back. And a lot of times we're spending our money on things that don't give us a return on investment. We spend it, it's an expense, and that's it. So being very strategic and understanding where you need money. Now, I said earlier that money is just one resource. When you understand and you tangibly know where your dollars are going and what they're needed for, then you don't always need the money. Sometimes you can look in your network and find the resource that you need that may not be in dollar form, but could be an actual resource form, actual tangible thing that you need for. But if I'm not clear about what I'm spending this money on, because that's all we're doing, we get money to spend it, right? And yes, we've got to have housing. We talked about basic needs. If you watch the More Than I Do podcast, we talked about housing and food and clothing. And yes, we've got to spend some money on that. But there's a lot of things that we have no idea or clue that we need. And we're just spending money all willy-nilly because it's in our pockets. Now, talked earlier and told you that I was going to talk a little bit more about organized money. That's the system. That is the system that we use to make sure that we are on track with our money from a profit strategy mindset. Now, the question I have for you and I want you to think about is, what's your relationship with money right now? I know if you were like me back in the day, it was a love-hate relationship with money. But what's your relationship with money? Do you carelessly spend it? Not thinking about things, not tracking what's happening, what's going on? Do you know where it's going? Do you know what it's going to do for you when it leaves out of your pocket? Or is it just something that happens? Something that happens. Now, before I go into organized money, one of the things that I want to talk about, because I talked about knowing all that's coming in, you know, that little side check you got or that little stipend that you kind of get. And oh yeah, I forgot about that because that just comes every once. Knowing all the money that's coming in, understanding everything that's coming in, and then knowing everything that's going out. Now, I talked about after we understand that we also then understand what we have left. The reason why we want to understand what we have left is because it then allows us to make a couple of decisions. Do we need to increase what's coming in? Do we need to decrease anything that's going out? Or do we just need to move money around rather than using it in this place? I'm going to move it and use it over here in this place. So do we need to tweak kind of where we're spending and how we're spending and what we're spending it on? Now, don't get me wrong. Please don't get me wrong. Just going and deducting from expenses, meaning bringing down expenses as low as possible, can be detrimental. Because if you bring expenses down too much, you get into your necessity or your needs, which means that you can't survive. Business-wise or personal-wise, you can't survive if you don't have certain expenses. We talked about this earlier. Housing, food, shelter on the personal side, equipment, software, potential staff or contractor that you need to help fulfillment. If we're cutting those things out, then we're pretty much cutting our business off, or personal life, we're cutting off personal life and being able to actually live. So it's not just about always cutting expenses. You can get to the bare bones of expenses and still have a problem. Sometimes it's about increasing what's coming in and figuring out ways. Now, in businesses, the biggest thing that I see all the time is prices are too low. Now, I'm not saying you got to charge $1,000 million. I did say $1,000 million. But what I'm saying is a lot of times your pricing doesn't even cover what you're doing. So you're already at a disadvantage. You've already started off too low. You know, we were working with a client that has a flower shop and helping her, looking at her taxes, looking at her numbers. You know, my philosophy is numbers never lie. People do. It's okay. They don't mean to all the time, but numbers never lie. And so you telling me what you are doing in your business or meaning to do, and then looking at the numbers actually are the DNA and fabric of your business, and they tell everything about your business. Everything. And so before we even got started with her good, just seeing kind of what was coming in, what was going out, I knew her pricing was too low based on what she does. She designs, delivers. Pricing was too low, but it may not be that the pricing on that product or service is too low. It may be that you need to get creative or add other streams of revenue. So you may have this one product or service that you sell and you've been consistent about selling it and people buy it. Great. Well, now it's time to add on other arms of revenue. What else do they need? What else do you provide that they don't know you provide? So you're totally missing upselling because you're not telling them about your products or your service. And I'm telling you from experience, it is very gut wrenching when you have a really good client that you have a great relationship with, and they go to a competitor for something that you provide because they had no idea that you provided it. Profit strategy mindset means that you are clear on what you provide. You're clear on how you provide it, but more importantly, you look for ways to strategize to ensure that your clients understand what you offer. So that way, they're not going to your competitors for it. They're coming to you for it first. After all, you already have the relationship. The door's already open. So now let me tell you about this organized money and how it works. You know, we always say organized money can be personal and business. I'm going to break both of them down for you, but I'm going to do one side first and then do the other side so you see how it's a mindset and a lifestyle. And I'm going to take business first. So first, business needs to be able to pay for itself. Now, what does that mean? There's a word that we use called break even. Break even is when all the money coming in minus all the money going out of the business equals zero. Yes, I know you've not made any money, but guess what? You've not lost any money either, which means that no money's coming out of your pocket to make sure that the business is running. That's your first goal in business, is to get to a break-even point. Now, what I'm talking about is very cyclical. So a business paying for itself, if you're past the break-even point, could be adding a new product or service and making sure that you're still at least breaking even and being able to sustain itself because of the product or service that you brought on. Now, in this place, we're looking at labor, we're looking at material, and we're looking at overall general expenses that have to be paid regardless if sales come in or not. Those are all the things that we're looking at when we talk about a business paying for itself. So if you're a smaller business where you're working inside of the business yourself as the owner and the laborer, this is where you get paid as the labor. Now, I know a lot of business owners that say, I don't pay myself, I pay everybody else, everything else happens, but I don't pay myself. Well, a couple of things are happening when you do that. Number one, you're cheating yourself because you actually worked and you should get paid for your work. But number two, you're cheating how much it actually costs to do business. So you really don't have a good figure of what does it cost if I was to hire somebody in, what is it going to cost me to pay them? And because you haven't been paying yourself, you don't put yourself in a position to create those systems and processes and hire that next person in so that you don't have to continue to be that laborer. So the business paying for itself. Pricing is in this stage as well. How well you price gets to your break-even point, gets to not profit yet, but at least a break-even of 0. So once we have 0 and have broken even, and you understand what your break-even is for your product or service as well as the overall business. Now, I'm not a fan of family discounts, hook me ups, or anything like that. I'm not that person because I'm a legitimate business. But whether you're giving sales, discounts, or wanting to help somebody out, now once you understand your break even for your product or service, guess what? Now you price them within that break even point. So if you need to make $200 to break even on the service that you're providing, you can't charge below $200. Because if you charge below $200, you're now in the negative for your business. Make sense? So I'm not telling you not to do discounts and sales and things of that nature. But what I am saying is make sure you're covering yourself, because when you do family and friends discounts and hookups and all of those things, they're expecting the same service that you gave the person who's paying full price, number one. Number two, as you're giving that service and realizing I'm losing money, and it's not going to take one client to make up for that one discount hookup, it's going to take 2 to 3 clients to make up for it. Because remember, you're already priced for your break even and then profit on top of that. And the profit is what's going to cover where you didn't break even on this side. So you want to understand it. And then you can be very clear with the family member, the friend, the whoever, to say, this is what I can charge you, because at this cost, it's out the door 0. I don't lose. You don't lose. We both win. And nobody's salty with each other. We haven't hurt any relationships. And business has been done. Now, past the break even is profit. Everything past 0 is profit. So if I need 200 to break even, if I charge 250, I now have $50 in profit. And this is just simple math, simple ways of looking at things. Think about that as you're doing your pricing. Think about that as you're doing your pricing and as you're giving discounts. A lot of times in pricing, people are not confident because they just pluck from air. I call it PFA, pluck from air, a price. I think I'll charge $75. And so when someone comes and says, oh, $75, that's absolutely too much. Okay, I could do it for $25. When really, you couldn't even do it for $75 had you counted all the costs that goes into what you were providing. Okay, so number 2, after a business pays for itself and then we begin to get into profit, now the business can pay the owner as the owner. Remember, business paying itself, you're paying yourself as the laborer. So now you can pay yourself as the owner. You built this business, the vision, the dream. There's things that you want to do in life. Now it's time to get paid as the owner because you have profit and sustainable income coming in. After you pay the owner, we want to look at saving for a rainy day. It's coming. 2020 has taught us that. And the big thing that I've had with clients that work with us and built a cash reserve, they had an easier road to go. I'm not saying that things still weren't hard, but they weren't in dire straits. They didn't have to just close their doors and worry how things were going to happen. As a matter of fact, I have a client that during this time was able to give bonuses to her staff. Why? Because she had some cash reserves and was able to take advantage of having some of those cash reserves to help her staff out during the first term of when we found out about COVID and things that were happening and going on and all the crazy stuff that was happening. Now, I know we're probably still in COVID in a lot of ways, and we're trying to figure out how long is this going to last and what in the world are we going to do? Well, cash reserves allows you that time to sit back and make responsible strategic decisions. Panicking in the pocket doesn't happen when you have cash reserves, because you're able to continue to at least operate for a little while you can navigate the scene, understand what's happening, and move forward. And take advantage of maybe grants or loans or different things that may have been out there as your cash reserve is going down low. You know, you've got some opportunity to strategically plan a lot of those things. Now, when we talk about saving as well, and I talk about cash reserves, I'm just not talking about just throwing money into an account. Because remember, this is profit strategy mindset, which means that we're strategic and we're intentional about everything that we do with each and every dollar. So that means that equipment, I may buy something today and it may need to be replaced in 3 years. Well, I start today putting money aside. Takes just a little bit of money to put aside for that equipment, rather than waiting for the equipment to break down and having to expense a whole lot of money that I never put anything aside for. So think about the things that are happening in your life, whether in your business or personally in your life. What do we need to be saving money for? Outside of just a rainy day, what other things do we need to save for? If you got a kid right now that just turned 13, you best believe you got 5 years. 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Count them. You've got 5 years before they're graduating and out the door to college, perhaps. What are you doing in this time? If you haven't started before now, what are you doing in this time? What are some things that you want to? Family vacation. You weren't able to go anywhere this year. What can you put aside each month now that this time next year you're able to take a family vacation if everything's good to go to travel? But do you get what I'm saying? I talked earlier on a different episode about washing machines going and refrigerators going. If you know that you've had certain appliances for 10, 12, 20 years, then they're on their way out. So you want to plan for that. Same in your business. You want to plan for growth. You want to plan for hiring. You want to plan. You don't want to just be like, oh my gosh, I can't hire. I need help, but I can't hire. You want to plan for that. You want to make sure that the equipment that's coming, that you've got a plan for if something happens to it. So that way you're not surprised and you're ready and you don't have to stop what you're doing. Because what happens is we end up stopping where we are in the momentum that we have in our business and in our life to have to take care of whatever this thing is that came up. And then it pushes us back and it takes more energy to get going again than to continue to go and maybe have to pivot or tweak or just slow down. You know, we slow down to make turns, but we don't stop. You're still rolling. So I want to make sure you're still rolling in that way. The last one is investing. Now, when we talk about investing on a very first level, because I told you this is cyclical, we're talking about process, systems, and support. Investing in the business itself. A lot of people see the money that's left over in the business and think, oh, that's all my money. Well, if you never invest back into the business, how does it grow? How do you get that return on investment? Because the key is for you not to always have to be the one working in the business, but for the business to be working for you. Now, it's in the investment stage that we start getting into money working for us, running and chasing after us, or rather we're running and chasing after it. So investing, process, system, support, cyclical. As you continue to grow, you dive deeper. That's going to be more so maybe obtaining real estate for the business, not leasing or renting, but actually buying a building for your business, and then leasing or renting to other people, right? The extra space that you have that you may not need. Mergers and acquisitions, taking over different businesses I have a client that lives in South Carolina. She wants to expand her business to North Carolina. One of the options that we're looking at, she's in a great position to be able to not start from scratch in North Carolina, but merge or acquire a business that's in her industry in North Carolina, which means that it already has clientele, it already has a name in the community. There's a lot of things that she doesn't have to work to do, or money has to be spent on in the marketing, because a lot of that stuff is already done from an existing business. So thinking about how can you invest? Yes, we can talk about 401ks for your staff and benefits and insurances for yourself and your staff. And then possibly stocks and bonds. You can go there as well. But how are you able to invest? This is where money works for you. At night, you're asleep and the money is working for you. You're sick in your bed, can't get up. I was 3 months last summer, flat on my back in the bed. I was in the hospital every 2 weeks for at least a month, and then 3 months recuperating. And money didn't stop. Business didn't stop. This one person didn't stop the show, because we built a business, something that was beyond me. And so that didn't mean that I had to get up to make things happen. I had to get up to make $1. That's called hustling. When you're hustling, you have to be up every day, because if you're not, you don't get the money for that day to eat or for tomorrow to eat. Building a business allows you to not just exist and survive, but to actually live life. Now, the same thing on the personal side. Really quickly, I'll go through that so you can see how they correlate with each other and how it becomes a mindset and a way of living. So the first thing is you take care of your basic needs. If right now you're not able to take care of your basic needs, then we need to figure out how to get more revenue coming in, or where are you spending more money than what you need to spend. One or two of those things are happening, or a hybrid of both of them together. Taking care of basic needs, we have to. The second one is taking care of small wants and bigger needs. There's going to be things you want to do. Go out to eat, to the movies when we can, take a small vacation. All of those things are small wants. Then you have bigger needs that you need: getting your hair done, buying the lipstick, some of the extra things that you want to do. Next, saving. Same as over in the business, you've got to save. And here again, you want to make sure that you're not just putting dollars away, but you know exactly what you're saving for. So you have a plan, you have a goal for your life, you have a goal for your business. And now you're in alignment as one person, because you understand where you're going in your business and where you're going in your life, and you're putting money away for those things. Now, the last one is invest. Now, if you have a job, you may be already investing in a 401k or IRA, and that's fine, but are you maxing it out? Are you putting in as much as you can? Do you even know that you can max out a 401k? There's other things, real estate, or other things that you may want to invest in, other people's businesses, just as an individual. You may want to invest in and get returns on investment coming back to you. Ways that you're sleeping and your money's working for you. That's what it's all about when we talk about a profit strategy mindset. When we talk about a system, that's the system that we use. It's called organized money. Now, as you look at this, as I said before, wherever you are today, if you checked all these things off, great. But remember, I said this is cyclical. If you have a baby or you end up taking care of a parent, that means that family dynamics have changed. Basic needs have changed. How much I need for small wants and bigger needs have changed. How much I need to save for the family now has changed, because we're more. I have more to take care of, even in the business. As you add on more products, as you add on more services, as you bring on more people, as you continue to grow, you have more assets that you need to protect, assets that you need to take care of. As the owner, I hope if you're growing, you want more money, in your own pocket as well. And then you're able to invest in bigger things or more foundational things for where you've changed. Needing to get insurance for your kids now, where you didn't have to have that insurance before. Needing to get insurance for your staff, health insurance or life insurance for your staff, where you didn't have to have that because you didn't have a staff before. Constantly look and evaluate where you are and where you're going next. And that allows you to always kind of have a handle on things. I'm not saying that things are not going to come up that you didn't plan for. I'm not saying that you won't be surprised, because life brings us whirlwinds all the time. Hello, 2020. Hello, COVID-19. Life brings us whirlwinds, but they're easier to navigate when you know where you're going, when you know what you have, and you know the path that you're on. It also is easier for you to say yes and no. Most people don't understand that when you say yes to one thing, you're saying no to something else. And a lot of times we're saying yes to a lot of things that distract us and take us away from our goal. Now, remember I said earlier as we were talking, decisions bring you closer to your goal or further away from your goal once you understand what that goal is. And once you attain that goal, there's a new goal. So, question, are you living, existing, or surviving? What are you doing? Where are you at in your life? What step do you need to start at in your life? Where do you want to be next year? This time next year, will you be in the same place that you're in today? And I don't care where that place is. It doesn't have to be a bad place. Will you be in the same places next year? You know, anything that's not growing is dead. I'll say that again. Anything that's not growing is dead. So you should never, ever be in the same place year to year. But oftentimes we find ourselves there. We wonder why we can't reach the goals that we have for that year. We start off the year with these goals, and then we get around about this time and we start looking at how many days do we have to the end of the year? Oh my gosh, I'm just not going to make it. And we begin to give up. Don't give up. Don't give up. Keep moving. The goals for your business, you can make them. I was talking to a client earlier today, and he's starting a new program. And he was like, well, you know, it's a 6-week program. And if I don't start it next week, then I'm probably going to have to wait to next year. And I said to him, why in the world do you have to wait to next year for a 6-week program? And he's beta testing this program, right? So it's just to try it out before he rolls it out to the public. And he said, well, you know, and kind of hesitated. I said, is it because of the holidays? And he said, yeah, that's exactly what it is. And I said, it's a myth. More money is made during the holidays than any other time. But people say, I can't sell because no one's buying during the holidays. Everybody's buying during the holidays. And not only is everybody buying, they're more relaxed. They're in the buying mode already because of the holidays. So they're already in a mode to spend money. And you just have to put your offer or your product or your service in front of them, making sure it's the people that it's supposed to be in front of, but putting your offer in front of them so that they know that it's there so that they can buy it. And so I said, you have all the things that you need to start this 6-week beta test. What reason can you not start it next week? And he looked at me and he smiled and he said, there's no reason. I said, now think about it. If you start it now, you can finish it by the end of the year. Thanksgiving, just modify it. Maybe meet Tuesday. If you usually meet on Thursdays, meet on Tuesday. People are still working Monday, Tuesday. Christmas, give them an option to meet twice the next week, or, you know, the week before, or meet earlier in the week of Christmas. But you can modify it a little bit, tweak it, and still get it done. Meet your goal for the end of the year, and then be ready at the beginning of the year to have a brand new offer or revenue stream. I share this story with you because I want to ask you, I'm asking you this question. I'm giving you kind of an action item. What is it that you're hesitating on that you need to just make a move. You've perfected it. And I'm not saying that every T and every I is dotted. Some of that stuff we can do as we're moving. But you got enough to take the next step, which is implement. And you've been sitting there on it. Whether it's in your business or personally, where is it? A profit strategy mindset is about being intentional. It's about having strategy, being intentional, but more than anything, being in action. Because if you're not in action, you're not moving towards anything. You're not making money. You're not moving towards a goal. You're not accomplishing anything. And I can guarantee you for certain, not being in action is what's causing you to be in the same place year after year, month after month, and not meeting those goals. Whatever the hesitation is, whatever the fear is, you thought it, you visualized it, it was given to you. Doesn't matter if anybody else in the world understands it. Doesn't matter at all. It's for you to move forward. That's what happened with all these wonderful businesses that we see. I just think about us as amazing people, especially Black people, the inventions that we've come up with, the businesses that we've developed, the techniques that we've designed. Nobody else did it before you. So what if you're the first one to do it? So what if everyone looks at you crazy? Someone has to be the first, and someone has to put it into action. Why not you? So that's pretty much my profit strategy mindset. I have so enjoyed being with you here today, guys. My name is Sherelle James, managing partner and co-founder of My Local CFO. In every social media, we're My Local CFO, Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, we're My Local CFO. You know, that age is getting me on Instagram. We're getting there. Instagram. We're coming for the younger people. But if we can be in help, don't hesitate to reach out to us. Our website is www.mylocalcfo.com. We try to make it as easy as possible for you. But is there any questions or anything you have? We're here to help. We want to make sure that your financial picture matches your operational picture so you can stop limping along and really become successful to reach the dreams that you have. The truth is, you've got to impact yourself first to impact your family, to then impact the community, to then impact the world. And if you're limping along, you can't impact yourself, the family, community, or the world in the way that you're meant to impact them. Money is just a resource, but it's a viable resource. And the truth is, what you do with it, how you take care of it, it can take care of you. You just have to be intentional. You guys have a wonderful night. Thank you to the Black Business Expo USA for allowing me to come on and speak and bring to you a profit strategy mindset. Now, you know, I'm going to tell you this. One of the best things that I think the Black Business Expo USA is doing is that they are giving children, not just children, young adults who have gotten acceptance letters to college, but may be less fortunate, donations of laptops, scholarships, things of that nature. Now, I don't know about you, but I wouldn't be where I am without some village help. From a little girl to now, it has taken a village to help raise me. And every once in a while, I call on that village, and I am very grateful for that village. But I know that everyone doesn't have the village that I grew up with. And so where we can make a difference and where we can impact and help the next generation that is here today, that can be the next scientist, lawyer, doctor, who knows, astronaut, who knows what they could be or who knows what they're going to develop or what business they'll come up with. We're all responsible for impacting their lives because somebody has impacted ours. So I'm going to ask you, please, to make sure that you go to the Black Business Expo USA page and make a donation to be able to give the laptops and scholarships to these young people who have worked hard to get to college and just need a little bit more help to get them through and on their way. Again, my name's Sherelle James, my local CFO. It's been an honor and a pleasure. You have a wonderful, blessed day.
Miss James, it was great having you on, and you did an amazing job. So we were definitely glad to have you enjoying, and definitely glad to have you present here on the platform. So like I said, I've been your streaming producer and everything, so definitely enjoyed it, and glad to see that you and your husband are fellow podcasters, because like I had put in the chat, I do some podcasting as well. So definitely glad to have y'all here on the platform supporting Eric and the Black Business Expo, and we look forward to seeing y'all as we got 3 more days of this outstanding event to go. So definitely get ready to bring on some of our re-airs for the evening time for folks that might be in other parts of the world. And then we'll be back at 8 o'clock with some live presentations. So want to thank you once again for joining us, and we'll see you later on. And we definitely hope that the folks that are here with us will be coming back and joining us at 8 o'clock when we'll be starting back with a live presentation. I believe our first person will be none other than the Fran Hall. That's right, Fran Hall should be coming in the first thing in the morning, and we are looking forward to hearing from her as well. So on that note, we're going to end this broadcast, and we'll be back on in the morning. But don't hesitate. If you missed any of these presentations, you can go catch them on Facebook Live, because as Eric says, we're doing 24 hours. So we've got 24 hours of broadcasting coming your way, and we're going to get on to the next room where y'all can catch some of the great presentations that were held earlier on today. But we'll be back at 8 o'clock with Fran Hall.